Alright, let's get the show on the road. Continuing with the final case of the game. April 6, 2:52 p.m. Big building, empty lot. Would you maybe calm down a little? Calm down? No way, Jose. Not until y'all come clean. It's for your own good, dang it. Our intrepid reporters refuse to give up, even in the face of repeated stonewalling from the crew. Look, you ladies need to stop harassing these people, or I'll have to ask you to. You cops sure got a lot of nerve. Y'all are the ones who let Torosaurus run wild. Hoping to hide the fact they breed in this menace themselves, the staff cling desperately to their story. Look, we're really not breeding anything. This is a movie set. Says the gal who told me she don't see Gorda with her own 2 dang eyes. Sure, I saw something, but that doesn't mean we were keeping monsters here. Alright, break it up. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. And Sean. Y'all on the trail of this here monster infestation too, huh? No, we're on a different trail of a criminal. We're on a trail of a criminal. Lao Tzu says, the darkness of a criminal's heart can sometimes be compared to a monster. That is to say, a killer's no different from a monster, really. Agent Lang, this is highly irregular, sir. We can't allow members of the public onto the crime scene. These people are important witnesses. I need them to be here. Well, Agent Lang, here we are. Where do you intend to begin? Let's start by summing up the facts. President Wong's body was discovered here this morning. He hadn't been seen since the night before the last. Yes, he slept before that his bodyguards noticing, if I recall correctly, or remember correctly. So he was missing for over a day. And the last person to see him alive was you, Judge Cavell, on the roof of the big building. Why did the two of you arrange to meet? I'm sorry, but I can't say. Not even to defend yourself from an accusation of murder? Why? Why can't you tell us? Please, Judge Cavell, we're trying to help you. Huh, she can't say because she'll only incriminate herself more. I know you had something to do with the president's murder, and I'm going to prove it. You said yourself that the body was only found this morning. How do you explain the time that passed between Judge Cavell's meeting with the president and then? That's exactly what I'm hoping we're about to find out. I'm particularly interested in what happened last night. So why don't you tell us exactly how it all went down? Sean Venn! Me? We know you were here on the set last night. You were, Sean? We have testimony from the woman over there, and forensic evidence from the footprints that proves it. You came back to run your lines, right? What? You were spying on me? I'm sorry, I was just making sure you were okay. It was late, I was worried about you. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't need you to worry about me. Sean, that is no way to talk to an adult. She was trying to look out for you. Apologize this instant. I like how his bag is just filled with cartons of milk. Sorry. I've told you before, I won't have you speaking to people that way. Wow, this is a whole new Judge Cavell. It seems she's just as strict with her son as she is with those who break the law. Are you listening to me? If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times, you must... Yeah, she's just being a mother. Yeah, don't mind her. And I want you to remember that, alright? Can we get on with the investigation now? Oh, of course. Forgive me. I don't think I've ever seen her so passionate about anything. I guess Judge Cavell, the mother, will take a I just judge that Gavel, the mother, will take a little getting used to. Are we to understand that you're accusing Sean of being involved somehow, Agent Lang? I just want the truth. I need to know why the president was killed, and by who. And I don't care what it takes. I'm going to find out. I guess it makes sense for him to be so determined. The president was practically family to him. Alright, Sean. Perhaps you could tell us what happened last night. Fine by me. I got nothing to hide. About last night. I had a bad day yesterday. Messed up a couple of takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today. So I thought I'd put some extra practice. And that's what I did. It's that simple. It's not like I haven't done it before. It was fine. Nothing happened. You've been rehearsing late at night again. But when I called you yesterday evening, Sean, you said you were at the hotel. You called him? Around what time? It must have been 11 p.m. or thereabouts. It's one of our rules. When Sean stays away from home, we have to speak every night. Yeah, well, I wasn't at the hotel. I was here on set. So you lied to me? Sorry. Ooh, now she's mad. I think it's kind of amazing how hard he wants to work on his acting, though. Nonetheless, a parent can't help but worry. Her child alone late at night, anything could happen to him. And indeed it did. It got himself entangled in this case. But he said nothing happened, right? He did, although I can't help but wonder if he was telling the truth. Are you sure about that? What do you mean? Of course I'm sure. It was just a regular evening, nothing out of the ordinary. Huh? A regular evening? How can you say that? Somebody was... Okay, he's just a child. You mustn't be too hard on him. Nothing happened, really. Nothing to do with the case anyway. At least, that's what it sounds like he wants us to believe. But wait, don't we have some evidence related to what happened last night? We do. And we also don't have time to be hearing the lies of a child. Let's use what we have to point out the contradiction in his testimony. Nothing happened. The president was fucking killed. Let's see, what do I present here? Oops, I did not mean to do that. I just want to press things first before I move on. A bad day? Could you elaborate a little? What? I have to spell it out for you? It was just bad, okay? Huh? What do you think? Did he drink too much milk, maybe? How did you... I mean, no. Nothing like that. As he drinks more milk. So it might be more accurate to say that his stomach had a bad day. Huh? I thought milk was supposed to be good for your digestion. Shut up. We're done talking about that. The point is, I messed up those takes. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that fell off the roof. Nothing happened. I'm sorry, but you're lying. The model of Torosaurus's head fell from the roof of that trailer last night. Did you expect us to believe that you knew nothing about that? I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? I told you. I read my lines, I went home, that was it. What do you know about something? What do I know about some stupid falling head? Or are you saying you can prove I know something? Sadly not. It's entirely possible that the head fell after Sean left. No proof, huh? Then this conversation's over. Objection! No, it's not. What? The head falling from the roof isn't the only strange thing about last night. And I'm certain you know what else I'm thinking of too. What other unusual occurrence happened yesterday evening? The footprints. This proves it beyond a doubt. Wait, how did you? That's right, your rehearsal tape. What? You have video footage from last night? We do, and if you watch it, you'll see that it was no ordinary evening. That's a footprint there already. There is, and I'm not sure that's an everyday sight, even on a film set. Sean, why would you keep this from me? No reason. Liar. That's done my work on your mommy, kid, but it's not gonna work on me. Why did you hide the tape? Sean, you have to tell us. You... Look, I just didn't want anybody to see me rehearsing, okay? I don't like it. So you were embarrassed, is that it? Yeah. What's so weird about that? That's why you didn't have no vital evidence? Sean, how could you? Oh, give me a break. You know about it now, don't you? Sure, the footprint was there, but I just read my lines and went home. That was it. And what about none of our giant monster footprint struck you as weird? It's a giant monster footprint. On the set of a giant monster movie. Sound like there isn't all kinds of other weird stuff around here. I don't buy it for a second, Chief. There's something hinky about this kid, sure as I'm standing right here. Dang Skippy there is. He's had to scoop under them their horns, or my aim ain't lot of heart. Ah, shut up, both of you. I'm done talking. Hold it right there. What is it, Agent Line? So it's just as I thought. Thanks, Mr. Prosecutor. This footage of yours backs up my theory nicely. What? There was something else on that tape? Yeah. Look closely. See that costume up in the top left? Oh yeah, the Taurosaurus suit. Something's different. Do you see it? Do you see it? I'm not sure. He's just kind of hanging out and looking a little saggy. Oh, and the zipper on his back is done up tight. The zipper? Huh? That's... Yeah. Guess you all see it now, right? On top, on the tape, the zipper's wide open. Why? Because somebody is inside the suit. That's why. What? Mr. Powers, that zipper. What can you tell us about it? Oh, well, we always close it up tight when the suit isn't in use. That's right, Mr. Prosecutor. And that's right, Mr. Prosecutor. And do you remember something else I said not so long ago? Let me refresh your memory. What if your friend Gavel pushed the president off the big building the night before last? And that came down here to the movie set and hid the body somewhere. Here? But where? There's all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment, you could hide it anywhere. And then comes back a day later, last night in other words, and take it out again. You're saying the body could have been hidden in the Taurosaurus suit? That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't that right, Gavel? You pushed the president off the roof just like I said. And then you hid the body inside that costume. I most certainly did not. Protest all you like. I'm not gonna believe you. You're the only person who could have done this. I thought we already proved that wouldn't have been impossible. The movie set was locked at the time. There's no way Judge Gavel would have been able to get in here. What if she had an accomplice? What? I've got a little theory for you. I think you're going to like it. You're gonna say she used her child to get in? What if Sean was weighing down here when Gavel pushed the president off the roof? If the two of them were working together, the problem with the law goes away. They worked to hide the body together too, by dragging it over to the Taurosaurus suit and stuffing it inside. You think the murder was really that carefully planned? It was the assassination of a world leader. It could only been have carefully planned.
Overruled.
To suggest that Sean could have been involved in this it's unthinkable.
Not so fast.
You're my prime suspect. What makes you think I'm going to listen to a word you say? But what about a motive? What reason would either of them have to kill President Wong? Who knows? But we'll find out soon enough. She was the last person to meet with him, and she won't tell us why. Pretty darn suspicious. Even you have to agree with that. Judge Gravel, I don't suppose I can convince you to share any more details? My apologies, but that is the one thing I cannot do. However, rest assured, should that ever change, you will be the first to know. So please, you... Have to believe me? Yeah, murderers have a habit of saying that. What about you, kid? Any weak excuses to offer? If so, now's the time to get them off your chest. I got nothing to say to you. I'm innocent. Both as tight-lipped as each other, huh? But let me guess, you're still gonna try and stick up for them. It's true. Judge Gravel's actions certainly make her seem suspicious, but nothing she has told us amounts to a motive or murder, or even a suggestion of one. No, and like I said, I'm leaving motives aside for now. For the moment, I'm focused on the means and opportunity, and for my money. Oops, I pushed that on accident. Oopsies. And for my money, these two had to be working together for the little plot to succeed. Oh, we're just cutting straight into the cross-examination. Oh, okay, that's the first. What if Sean was finding... Oh wait, no, he did say it earlier. No, hang on. You're seriously suggesting that a child could have been an accomplice in this murder? Look at him, he's still in elementary school. There's no way a kid that young would be involved in something like this. I think we just confirmed that he's in middle school. I think I mentioned that he's in junior high, right? Not so fast! Long Tzu says, pity no wolf be he cub or grizzled elder. Doesn't matter how young he is, if he's guilty, and he'll be treated as such. Wow, both cubs have it hard, huh? I'm surprised at you, Mr. Prosecutor. You're saying he deserves mercy just because of his age? Of course not. I'm saying there's no way he did this. I'm going to prove it to you. I look forward to it. But be warned, I'm only just getting warmed up.
Hold it!
Goes away how exactly? I thought you might try this. But you and I both know exactly how. Let me make it nice and simple for you. First, she pushes the president off the roof. Pushes... okay. Then the kid opens the combination lock because he knows the code. Yep, kid opens code, knows that, gotcha. Okay, the other way around. And that's it. It's that simple. No more lot to worry about. And no more objections about her not being able to get in because she didn't know the code. Huh. That would explain away the problem of the lock, it's true. Thank you for your clear and incisive explanation, Agent Long. Please, continue. I will, and hopefully this tax bar will shut you up for good.
Hold it!
But if two of them were working together, why would they need to hide a body for a full day?
Not so fast!
Well, look at the situation right in front of you. Thanks to that little ruse, we're still puzzling over what they were up to even now. But if you let me speak, I can clear up this whole mess once and for all. Ready? Good. So, like I was saying, they worked together to hide the body.
Hold it!
The video footage doesn't show the inside of the suit. You can't say for certain that there was a body in there at the time, can you? Maybe not. But we can take a look right now. Let's open it up and see what's inside. I put as money finding proof that it was there. Do you mind if we examine the suit, Mr. Powers?
Oh, not at all. It might be a little ripe though. Gets pretty sweaty in there.
Huh? It's filthy.
Yeah, that's weird. Always clean it up pretty good. If you don't, it can get kind of moldy.
Not so fast!
In other words, what we're looking at is proof that somebody other than you used the costume. That dirt in there must have come from the body. I guess the president was lying right in the middle of that footprint. He probably would have gone pretty dirty. Exactly. Well, everybody happy? It must be from when the body was...
Hold it!
And as the dirt is from when the body was hidden inside the suit, we're assuming that it came directly from the body, correct? Huh. What are you even talking about? Of course we are. Where else would it have come from? It really is pretty filthy in there, huh? The dirt got everywhere. Especially on the part where the chest would have been. The chest? I think that might be an important clue. This theory hangs together pretty well, I have to say. It's certainly the case that they could have carried out the murder if they were working together. I don't think we stand to gain much by disputing that. So what do we do instead? We listen carefully to his testimony once more, and see if we can tease out anything of value. Yeah, I think I know what to present. Just that weird yellow stain.
Objection!
So our assumption is that the inside of the suit is dirty because the dirt came from the body. Would it be safe to say that's the case? Why? Is there a problem? The part of the suit directly in front of the opening is particularly dirty. Yeah, it really is. But look at the victim. The area of his body that would have been in contact with that part of the suit isn't dirty at all. If the victim had been crammed in there as you suggest, this chest would have been surely covered in dirt. Ugh. Fine. So what's your explanation? How did all that dirt get inside there? Based on the videotape, there may well have been somebody in that suit at the time. So who was it if it wasn't the president? Come on, Kay. Think. Where was it? Is something the matter, Kay? I've seen dirt like that somewhere else, I'm sure of it. I just can't think of where. Dirt with weird little gray bits in it. Gray bits? She's right. There's something mixed in there. It was stuck to something else we looked at, the gloves. Lots of it. Stuck to something we looked at. An item of evidence, maybe. It's probably worth checking. Because one of the items we found have a similar kind of dirt stuck to it. The gloves.
Take that!
As Kay pointed out, the dirt in the suit contains small flecks of something gray. And? We discovered similar flecks stuck to an item belonging to somebody we recently had dealings with. The item in question being these gloves. You're right, the dirt does look similar. But, so what? What are you saying this stuff is? What exactly are these gray flecks of yours? I believe the gray flecks are... concrete! Surely they're flecks of concrete? Oh, like all the little broken up bits around the footprint, you mean? Exactly. And who did the gloves on which we found similar dirt and gray flecks belong to? Chairman Winner! We found them in his garage. That's right, we visited the garage at his home earlier today, and we found a pair of mechanic gloves covered in dirt. And if I recall correctly, a sledgehammer and a shovel too. Why would a pair of mechanic's gloves be covered in dirt? I'll tell you why. Because somebody wore them while they used that hammer and shovel. They smashed the concrete to the dirt below, staining the gloves with both substances.
Wait, so you're saying...
Yes, that we finally know what these footprints really are. They seem highly likely they were dug up by Chairman Winner.
So fast!
Highly likely. Pah! If that's so, then tell me this. Why the heck did he make them? What purpose could they possibly serve?
Why indeed. I imagine he must have been burying something. Or digging something. Actually no, probably digging something up actually. Wait, actually hold on. Burying something actually. Or, no. Because he was disposing of evidence, right? Or was he trying to... digging something up? I think he must have been digging something up. Yeah, because I imagine events unfolded somewhat like this. There was something on this lot that he needed to unearth. In order to do so, he cut the chain on the side of the entrance, and gained access from there. Yeah, because that didn't happen until after he broke it open. He then used the sledgehammer and shovel to dig up 3 footprints. When he found what he was looking for, he bagged it and filled in all the holes.
Ah, but then Sean must have showed up, right?
I think he did, yes. Chairman Winner would have had to find a hiding place, and the Taurosaurus suit proved just that.
Gah! You got all that from a pair of dirty gloves. It's good, but it's all just speculation. We don't have proof that he was inside that suit. He could have dug those holes and gotten out of there before the kid even showed up.
Objection!
But he didn't, and there's proof of that right there, in the footage. It shows that Chairman Winner was still present when this recording was made.
What?
It's a shame that Agent Lion didn't notice it himself. But if we compare the situation as we see now, to the situation as it appears on Sean's rehearsal tape, and compare that in turn to what we saw in Chairman Winner's garage, it will soon become clear that the chairman was present. Ah, yep, the duffel bag. What part of this image shows that Chairman Winner was still here? The duffel bag.
Take that!
Look at the bag next to the Taurosaurus suit. We saw the same bag in Chairman Winner's garage. The same bag, the dirt on the gloves, that has to indicate a connection, surely. I think that pretty much seals it. It was Excelsius Winner in the suit. And if he was there, the president's body can't have been. Good. It seems I convinced Agent Lang of the flaws in his theory.
Somebody get the Chairman Winner's house right away. We need to know what's in that. We need to know what's in that bag. Yes, sir.
Y'all done lost your minds? I can't believe what I'm hearing here. What is this Hogswell?
This is all we need.
Them's right there, Taurosaurus footprints, dang it. Ain't no hole dug up by no old guy.
I think I've demonstrated more than adequately that that's exactly what they are.
Don't matter to me what you just did. I don't believe it, and that's that. I done told y'all I seen big bad bull with my own 2 eyes.
The giant eye peering in at the window. I thought we'd gone past that nonsense.
We ain't about to let that go. What kind of journalist would we be if we didn't, huh?
Responsible ones, but I guess that's the whole problem.
Wait, ain't like it was just about ain't like it was just about the footprints, no how. You were fraternizing with one of them there monsters, ain't that correct, young man? By the young lady over there, if I'm not very much mistaken.
We're never gonna get anywhere with these two around.
And if we could prove to them that I wasn't a monster either, They might finally drop it. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Any bright ideas?
Prove that it wasn't a monster. Fine, I don't suppose there's much else for it. Let's see what we can do.
What are you two whispering about? Y'all hiding something, ain't ya? Y'all hiding something, ain't ya? Admit it. Quick, Terry. Roll tape.
Hold it!
Could I politely ask that you both calm down? The monster the boy was seen talking to, we know what it was now.
Huh?
That's right. Sean's rehearsal tape finally cleared up that particular mystery.
It did?
The point at which Miss Nichols thought she saw Sean with Gordy. That would have been right when he was making his rehearsal tape. I think she mistook a certain object for the legendary creature of the lake. Your so-called monster is right here in this picture.
Huh? I don't see no Gordy. That ain't nothing but a dumb snapshot. You're talking to a pro here. Can't fool me with no trick photography.
What was Mr. Cole's Gordy really? The fucking camera, bitch!
Take that!
That's right. It was a camera crane. That is what Mr. Cole saw, not Gordy.
What?
Sean's rehearsal tape was shot from a noticeably elevated viewpoint. A viewpoint that would only have been possible if the camera in question was attached to a crane.
Bull! How the heck would she make a mistake like that, huh?
Objection!
How indeed, Mr. Cole.
Yes?
You told us that you think you might need new glasses, didn't you?
Yeah? My eyesight got way worse all of a sudden.
And I imagine that when you saw Gordy, he was quite heavily shrouded in darkness.
That's right. I only really saw a silhouette. But you done told us! Skin like an enormous worm. You said. Y'all trying to tell us y'all trying to tell us your precious crane up and bruised skin somehow? Ain't no flesh on them, they're metal bones, let alone skin.
You're entirely correct, of course. About the crane as it was in this particular picture anyway. But it did have skin of a sort last night.
I knew you were stupid, but this is plumb crazy. You want Tabby and me to starve, is that it?
That wasn't my intention at all. But I do think it's time I finally put them both out of their misery. Gordy's skin is right here in front of us. It wasn't skin at all, it was this. The sheet, the waterproof sheets.
Take that!
Mr. Coles told us that it seemed likely to rain last night. That never happened in the end, but I think Sean may have covered the crane with rainproof sheeting nonetheless. And that, my intrepid young reporters, is what Mr. Coles mistook for Gordy's skin.
What? Aw, heck.
Well, Sean, am I mistaken?
You see everything, don't you? Gotta say, you're pretty amazing.
I'm sorry, Miss Hart, but Mr. Cole's monster was no such thing. It was simply a trick of the light.
And just like that, that dream dies. The dream dies again. Chief? I think that may have finally shut them up. I thought the kid was holding out on us. But it seems I could have been a little wrong. Maybe.
Alright, we know what the so-called monster was now. Everybody happy?
Everybody except these two.
Agent Lang. The President's autopsy report is out, sir. It is? Let me see it. Death was due to full-body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. So we have our cause of death. He was crushed.
Just as we thought.
Test results still haven't come back from the yellow substance found on his chest. But they did find gunshot residue on his right hand.
Gunshot residue? Guess he was kid at heart, huh?
Gunshot residue, K, is a substance left behind when that firearm is discharged. Its presence indicates that the President may have used a gun.
Really? But we didn't find a gun anywhere, did we?
Indeed not, which makes the residue something of a riddle. We'll need to read that report carefully. Well, Agent Lang, that clears one thing up at least. Okay, so let's take a look at the autopsy report. On the right hand, flexible substance found stuff in the clothing, slow nuclear analysis. Time of death equal 5th. Approximately 11 p.m. Cause of death. He was crushed. The president didn't die from a fall, which means he wasn't pushed from the roof of the big building. He was crushed by the falling Torosaurus head, just as we said he was.
Guess I have to accept that now. Fine, you're right.
Amazing. So does that mean Judge Cavell isn't a suspect anymore either?
Surely it must. Both the cause and time of death rule her out. She met with the president the night before the last, but the autopsy report puts the time of death at around 11 p.m. last night. And we know that the Torosaurus head fell around then too. The facts all line up perfectly.
Phew, what a relief.
Knock them back!
Sorry, it might be a little too soon to celebrate.
What?
Sure. I think we accept that the falling hand must have been what killed the president. But that begs the question of what could have caused it to fall. Or who.
We know what happened late last night, so we have to think about who was here at that time.
What are you getting at exactly? You can't mean...
I'm afraid I do. You did it, didn't you? Sean. The kid's hiding something. He was right here last night, right when the body was found. He saw the footprints. And yet he wants us to believe he knows nothing about what happened? That's a bit to ask, surely.
Objection!
We haven't yet established if the footprints had anything to do with the murder. So even if we did see them, that doesn't mean he was
Knock
involved.
them back!
Maybe not, but his face tells me different. As does the fact that he's shaking like a leaf.
It does seem like Agent Lang might be onto something. I don't think Sean's going to talk.
Fine, keep your mouth shut, kid. I have a better idea. Why don't we let your tape do the talking?
What exactly are you planning, Agent Lang?
The police have some pretty sophisticated image analysis tools these days.
You would go to such extreme lengths to see my son convicted?
It's not ideal, but if the boy won't talk, we don't have any other way to get into the truth. Detective Gumshoe, you have access to exactly such a device, do you not?
Sure do, little V. Good. Then we should make this nice and quick.
Mr. Edgeworth, might I request that it be you the one who carries out the analysis in question?
Why be?
I fear that Agent Lang might be inclined to believe the worst.
Image analysis isn't exactly my specialty, but... Alright. Are there any new clues to be discovered somewhere in the image data, I wonder?
Oh shit.
Eureka!
What the?
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Let me see.
What is it? What's the matter? Show me.
Mr. Edgeworth, the court asks you to share your findings.
Zoom in on the top right part of the image and look closely.
That's a person there. It's the president.
Oh my! What? You're kidding, right?
Well, I'd say that's pretty decisive, wouldn't you?
This doesn't look good for Sean at all.
Wait, this doesn't prove anything. I didn't know he was there. I don't believe you. And the image does, in fact, prove something very important. That you and the president were here at the scene of the crime together. Admit it, kid. You murdered President Wong.
No, that's ridiculous. Why? Why would he? Sean, you didn't. You can't have. Can you? What did we do, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to push back against footage like that.
Surely even you can't deny this looks pretty bad for the kid, Mr. Prosecutor. You claim that he knew nothing about what happened, but the president is right there with him.
Sean, what are you not telling us? We have to know.
He's right, Sean. Be honest. Now. It's the only way. The truth is, it was my fault. Sean? What did you do? It was my fault. The horse head fell over off the trailer. Fell off the trailer.
What happened while I was rehearsing?
I went up on the roof of the trailer to prep the kit I was using, and I turned on the heater while I was there. I must have left it burning when I came back down to run my lines.
Oh man, I got you so late. That's alright. It's not even an hour, so it's okay.
Then my mom called, and I left the set to go talk to her. When I came back after the call, the Taurosaurus head had fallen from the roof, and the president was just there lying next to it. No.
We did find evidence of a fire having broken out on top of the roof.
It was just a tiny one, so I put it out myself.
So we're saying the president died because of Sean?
If he did, would make this whole thing just an accident?
What did you do with the head after you found it on the ground?
I took it apart, carried the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together again.
You're saying you put out the fire and moved the head back to where it fell from? In other words, you tried to cover your tracks. You're a real piece of work, kid.
It's not like I did any of this on purpose. I really did just forget to turn the heater off.
Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs of the table, would have collapsed in the head.
Would have fallen down onto the ground below. You're right. The fire caused the head to fall.
Indeed. I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them.
And you swear it was an accident? Seems a little convenient. What was the president even doing here in the first place?
How the heck am I supposed to know? I didn't see anybody, I swear.
I still don't believe you. Why would the President Wong come to a place like this in the middle of the night?
His reasons for coming here are something of a mystery, it's true. He met Jessica Vale upon the roof 2 nights ago, but he was also here on the movie set last night. Did he come to meet Sean? I think we need to go over the boy's statement very carefully indeed.
Hold it!
You're fit and a hardy young man, Sean. It's spring now. Surely you didn't really need to fire up that stove.
He is fit and hardy young man who needs to look after himself.
Objection!
Really, Your Honor? But if he resorts to such measures even during warm weather...
Seriously? You two are going to argue over something like that right now?
He's right, of course.
You made your point, Sean. But I've told you before to watch how you talk to people.
I think he was criticizing you as much as he was to me, Your Honor.
Yes, Mom. Anyway, where was I?
Hold it!
You left it burning. You didn't think to check before you came back down to the lot?
I meant to, but I was thinking about my lines and the scene and everything else. It's not my fault I forgot. Everybody forgets stuff. I sure do. So much stuff. I leave the air conditioner on in Mr. Ezra's office, and the lights. I forget that he told me never to jump off the ladder on his bookshelves or make prank calls. But the one thing I would never ever forget to do is turn off an unattended heater.
Please, Sean, go on.
These a lot, huh? Anyway, as I was saying,
Hold it!
It was in the middle of the night, and the set was deserted. Why did you need to leave in order to talk to your mother?
I forgot I was supposed to talk to her. I got confused, I guess. I thought if I didn't leave, she'd find out I was out of the hotel at night on my own.
That doesn't make sense. You know that, don't you?
Fine. Look, the camera was rolling and the mic were all live, okay? I don't want our conversation on that tape where anybody could hear it.
He was embarrassed about being recorded speaking on the phone to his mother.
So I ditched the rehearsal and ran off the set as quick as I could.
when I came back after the call. Oops.
Hold it!
Were there any signs that it was about to fall before you left?
I don't remember. I was concentrating on my lines.
But a fire had broken out on the roof because of the heater you forgot to turn off. Did you really hear nothing the entire time?
No, I had my headphones on.
Huh? Why?
I was playing the soundtrack to the movie to help me concentrate. And I was playing it loud. So yeah, I definitely didn't hear anything.
Except for the sound of your phone ringing when Judge Gravel called you.
You know cell phones vibrate these days, right? Anyway.
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual about the body?
I don't know. It was dark.
Huh? Son seems even more reticent than usual.
I don't think he wants to go back over that memory any more than he has to, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm sure he doesn't, but is that really all it is? Should I push him a little more on this? Push him a little more, bitch. I don't care if you're a kid. It was dark, but you knew it was a body nonetheless. He's hiding something. I better find out what. Most people would cry out for help if they saw somebody lying on the ground, and yet you didn't.
Yeah, because... What was the point? He was dead.
So you said. What I'm interested in is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain that he was dead?
Because he was standing right next to the body. He was lying on the ground, and that huge head was right next to him. I didn't take much to figure out what must have happened.
Objection!
You couldn't have guessed that the impact would have killed him. How did you really know? I'll tell you how. Because you checked.
Fine. I checked, okay? I was scared, but yeah, I went up to the body and I looked, and he wasn't breathing.
So I was right. But why try to hide that fact? There must be a reason. Could you tell me how the body looked at that point?
I couldn't tell if it was dead at first. There was no blood or anything, so it was hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes either. He was completely clean. But yeah, he wasn't breathing. So that's how I knew he was dead.
Thank you. I'd like you to add that statement to your testimony if you don't mind. Oh yeah, what's that yellow substance on his coat?
Objection!
Nothing on its clothes? Nothing at all?
Yeah, nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that?
There's something you're clearly hoping we've forgotten. That we've forgotten.
What? What are you talking about? There isn't. That's not true.
Unluckily for you, we remember it rather well. I'm talking, of course, about the yellow speckles on the president's chest. You studiously avoided mentioning them throughout your testimony. An absence I find suspicious to say at the least.
I
hope for your sake that you have a satisfactory explanation. Judge Gravel.
Allow me to explain.
You? But
The yellow residue on the president's chest. I imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers. Lion lilies, to be precise.
Lion lilies.
2 nights ago, when I met the president on the roof of the big building, I presented him with a bouquet. They're a type of lily with large yellow petals. I imagine that the substance on the president on Wong's chest was pollen from those flowers.
huh?
But they're not here in the printout from the security camera. Well, only because the president is in the way.
But why give him flowers?
That is not something I am at liberty to divulge.
Knuckle back!
What? More secrets? Are you serious? First you wouldn't tell us why you met with him, and now you can't tell us about the flowers?
My sincerest apologies, but all I can tell you is that I gave him the bouquet.
Objection!
A bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered. How do you explain that?
I cannot.
Huh. Seriously, Your Honor? Some things you won't explain, the rest you can't? Come on. You gotta give us something here. You wouldn't let us this fly in the courtroom. What makes you think we'll accept it?
Hey, you leave her alone. Sean, I threw the flowers away, okay?
You did? So they were there when you first found the body?
Yeah, they were right there on his chest, and they were squashed completely flat. Oh, I guess that makes sense, right? They would have gone crushed along with the president.
And the pollen would have been smeared across his jacket front. That does explain things rather neatly. But why remove the bouquet and dispose of it?
No reason.
He's almost as evasive as his mother.
More secrets? They're quite the pair. There is no secret. I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet. Huh? You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you? Oh, I get it. When you saw the flowers on the president's body, you remember seeing your mom with him.
And felt the need to prevent her from coming under suspicion.
No, you got it all wrong.
That's his least convincing lie yet.
I often decorate our homes with line lilies. I imagine that's why he remembered.
So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body. And because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having discovered the corpse? Ha! Well, that ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my taste.
Why? What's wrong with nice?
Guess you forgot, huh? The kid also told us that he was responsible for the head falling in the first place.
Yeah, he did, but...
So he's still our only suspect.
Objection!
Huh. The finger of suspicion still seems to be pointing firmly in Sean's direction. However... Wait. I can think of a far more likely culprit than the boy.
What? Who?
The person who was holding Sean captive until only a short while ago.
That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. A refrigeration unit in a depot? Yeah. Luckily it wasn't switched on. Poor kid might have frozen into a popsicle otherwise. He was doing his best to call out for help, which is how we found him.
The sedatives have worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud.
Sedatives? Isn't that what you were given too?
Yeah, we found a bottle on the floor of the unit. It was even the same brand. 3 Z's. Apparently it's super strong.
Well, Agent Lang, surely that suggests that Sean is a victim, not a suspect. Somebody else was responsible, and I think they've been behind all of this.
Oh yeah? And this secret mastermind of yours was here last night too?
That, I can't yet say.
Ha! It's not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor.
Sadly, we just don't have anything to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murder of the president. So is there anybody else? Somebody other than Sean who could have committed the murder? Of course.
So I was right. The kid's still our only suspect.
Objection!
Not quite. I can think of another.
What?
Somebody who we just recently proved was right here on the movie set last night.
Chairman Winner. You think he killed the President Wong?
Why not? We've proven that he was present, and if he was here, he's as viable a suspect as anybody else, wouldn't you say?
Winner. Could he really have?
He's certainly another possibility to consider.
12 years ago, he was...
Huh? That number again.
Look, a lot happened, okay? This was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones who kept him safe.
Lang! Like the night from 12 years ago?
Yep, good to see that you're finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you.
Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago?
It's nothing to do with you.
I think it has everything to do with me. It's clearly connected to this case.
Huh. And you can prove that, can you? And can you prove that, can you? Go ahead, show me some proof that what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this.
Proof?
If you can't prove it, this conversation's over.
Does any of the evidence we collected show a link between the recent events and those of 12 years ago?
That's 18 years ago.
Take that!
This is a report by Bronco Knight. It was sent to Chairman Winner by Lord and Laguard. This last part in particular should be of interest to you.
Retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. In front of the planter?
And that's not all. Take a look at this. This letter was sent to Rosie Ringer, the victim of a murder that happened the night before the last. We don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago.
What? But
Something strange is going on, Agent Lang. Miss Ringer was murdered the night before the last, and the President long after. There's a connection between the two murders. There has to be. And I believe we can trace that connection to the events 12 years in the past. Am I wrong?
these are old wounds you're opening here. Insults to my family name.
Please, Agent Lang, we need to know. Huh? What on earth is that?
Shifu! Huh? What are you all doing here? We came to find you, sir. We heard you were looking into the incident from 12 years ago. Idiots! I'm not your boss anymore. Go back to your duties right now. We can't do that, sir. What? You're disobeying a direct order. Please, sir, I'm begging you. We all are. You have to reopen the investigation into the SS5 incident. We know that you can't let it go until you figured out what happened, and we can't either.
Well, Agent Lang, it seems your former underlings want the events of the past explained too.
You think it's that easy? That you could solve the case just like that?
I think we can. Together.
Ha! Well, alright then. Offer accepted. Yes, Shifu! Shifu! Shifu!
Nice! Then I guess it's my turn to step up.
I'm sorry, Kay.
You're looking into a case from the past, right? I just happen to have something that will help with that.
Ah, you mean Mr. Thief?
Sure do. If you can give me the details of the incident, I can rustle up a little simulation for you.
Sadly, we don't have the files relating to the case.
Huh? How come?
Access to those files is restricted. They're top secret.
Really? Why?
Beats me. Somebody must have something to hide. Even I've never seen them. Everything I know I read on the newspaper articles from the time.
That's fine. Just tell us what you can.
Alright. The SS5 incident happened on a winter's day, 12 years ago, February 10th to be precise. Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the president of Zhongfa.
So he was kidnapped?
Yeah, SS5 is the official destination of the president's kidnapping case. The kidnapper wanted $100 million.
$100 million? How much money even is that?
More than you can imagine, it seems.
The last person to see the president that night was my father. They were together at the embassy of Zhongfa until midnight on the 10th. And nobody knows what happened with the president until he was kidnapped. Our government did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. And in the end they succeeded. The money was handed over and the president came home safely.
So President Wong was the head honcho even back then? Wow, go Mr. President.
The length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him.
Agent Lang was clearly very fond of President Wong. So I assume the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated?
It was, but the investigation was top secret, as was the trial.
The trial? So a suspect was arrested?
Yeah, none other than our friend, Fifi Laguard.
What? Is that why you visited the prison?
It is. I was put on what you might call extended leave from Interpol. So I thought I'd use the time to look into what happened 12 years back. And I wanted to see who I was dealing with.
She was found not guilty then, wasn't she?
Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time, but they had him responsible for the kidnapping and stripped him of his duties as presidential bodyguard. He stayed on the force though, and he worked the case alone, until eventually he found a suspect, LaGuard, and if he didn't thought she did it, there's no way she was innocent. But they declared her not guilty, and the case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken, mentally and physically. Finally, he quit the force altogether.
So he has solid grounds to suspect Warden LaGuard.
He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have charged her otherwise. But I've never been able to see the materials from the case. I'm sorry, but that's all I know.
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but I don't think it's enough for little Thief to recreate the scene.
Is there really nothing we can do?
You look like you could use a hand. Who's this now? Yep, it's Eddie Fender. I knew it.
Franziska!
And Mr. Fender!
We found to wrap things up over at the courthouse, so we thought we'd see what you kids were up to.
Here.
What's this?
It says SS5 Incident Investigation Report.
Oh shit, we got the data now.
When Fifi LaGuard mentioned an incident from 12 years ago, I couldn't help but wonder. So I decided to look into it. And this was what Interpol provided.
Nice work, Franziska.
Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. I did it so that a colleague could solve his father's final case.
I know you, sis. But everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret.
Yes, but that classification was applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Excelsius Winner.
He was the prosecutor in charge?
Him again?
Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. An outcome that was in no small part thanks to the efforts of his own son.
Eustace. So in defeating his father, he made the old case file available to us. It sounds like we owe him.
Prosecutor as Eustace Winner is busy wrapping things up after the conclusion of the LaGuard trial, but he asked me to give you a message. Leave that as LaGuard to me. You focus on your case over there.
Huh, he's even starting to sound like a prosecutor.
Indeed he is. Alright, now we have a case file. I can recreate the scene no problem.
Excellent. Let's get started. Huh? According to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now.
Then what are we waiting for? With me, everybody.
April 6th, 3:25 p.m. Big building. Plaza.
Alright, Kay. If you could set up Mr. Thief in motion.
Sure. Looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start?
Good question. Let's see. Seems there was an eyewitness. A freelance journalist by the name of Alf Aldone. But apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping.
So this is where you saw it all happen, huh?
Here? As in the big building?
No. Construction of the big building only began a year ago. Before that, it had been a piece of abandoned property. And before that...
Now we're getting into the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been... the Happy Family Home.
Like for retired people?
No, it was a place for children without parents. An orphanage. In other words...
The president was kidnapped from an orphanage?
Yeah, and the place was run by Fifi LaGuard. She called it her happy little home.
As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it's understandable that she came under suspicion.
President Wong, Excelsius winner, and Warden LeGrand? Surely the SS5 incident must be related to our current case. Okay, could you enter the data related to the murder of Mr. Aldone? I should also look at the case file too. Okay, let's see. Occurred on February 10, 12 years ago. President Zheng Fa was kidnapped and ransomed for $100 million. President's presence at the embassy until midnight, confirmed by Da Long Lang. First unit charge, Excelsius winner, suspect Fifi Luguard. Okay, that's it. Okay. It seems sensible to assume that he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president.
So we solved the murder, we solved the kidnapping. Nice.
Alright, we're counting on you. This fucking segment of the game is killing me.
What the heck is this?
When did I grow up to be so blazed towards people's reactions to Mr. Thief? What we're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least as far as the police reports describe it.
Yeah, this is how it looked like when they started investigating at 7 a.m. in the morning after the murder.
And it seems it has been snowing.
Yeah, from what I heard, the footprints wound up being pretty important evidence. The snow fell in daytime the previous day.
In other words, before the incident occurred, meaning that none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by the new snow. We'll need to pay these footprints some special attention. These footprints stop by the body. I guess that means they belong to Mr. Aldone, correct?
His feet were pretty big, so what's that? What's that? About size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match.
These footprints go towards the body and come back.
According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9. Pretty average, in other words. It seems the police weren't able to track down whom the murderer was from them, though.
Alf Aldone, the man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. But what exactly did he see?
I based this part of the recreation on the crime scene photos. It seems he
suffered a blow to the back of his head.
Yeah, from that brick right there. They figured it must have been taken from here in the yard.
It looks like the blood flowed from his head wound and spread all over the surrounding area.
Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Aldone's autopsy report.
Victim was struck in the head and died at around 1 a.m. on... Okay. I must scout the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Like this flower.
Somebody dropped a yellow flower here. I think this one symbolizes a desire to steal treasures.
Okay, you can't just make these things up. What can we say that looks different from... What we can say is that it looks to be different from all the other flowers in the planter.
Huh? So what's it doing here?
What indeed? We should examine the planters too.
I must be right. Somebody must have stolen it. It's a stolen treasure.
Okay.
I think this one might actually symbolize the growing anger of a former prosecutor.
Alf Aldone, freelance journalist. Killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wong.
Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh?
It's even worse in the actual crime scene photos. That's a lot of blood. It seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, that area is completely caked.
Yeah, the autopsy report says that's where he was hit with the brick.
Indeed. Imagine this attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. It looks like as if he was clutching something in his right hand.
Oh yeah, they mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see. According to this, it was a button.
A button? Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps?
The cell phone must have belonged to the victim.
You're right. Yeah, it says here in the file that Mr. Adele made a call while he was watching the kidnapping.
Call? To whom?
His girlfriend. It seems he called her when he saw that the president was there, but she didn't pick up, so he left a message. That's in here too, if you want to hear it.
Please.
What voice do I want to give him? Hey Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wong is here for some reason. And there's another. Damn it! The light's out, so I can't quite see, but it looks like he was being kidnapped. Anyway, probably nothing, but I thought I saw...
What were those sounds at the end?
He must have been attacked while he was still on the phone.
Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. Aldone's girlfriend, what was her name?
Ringer. Rosie Ringer. At least that's what I heard.
Just as I thought. Wait, you mean...
Her revenge for what happened 12 years ago?
All Miss Ringer was left were the memories and personal effects of her lover. And so, seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction. So she was really out for revenge on Chairman Winner, wasn't she?
Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. This was the brick used in the murder.
There's stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. They probably took it from somewhere nearby, huh?
So the victim was carrying a camera.
Oh yeah, according to the file, they recovered a picture. Yeah. Here we are.
That's...
It's the president, right?
And somebody's pointing a gun at him. This must be what Mr. Aldone witnessed.
So the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper?
Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. But if Agent Lang's father's theory was correct, the person wearing that trench coat is Warden LeGuard.
How come they were only found on one... how come they only found the one picture?
He probably wasn't able to take any more because he was attacked.
Hey Zane. Okay. What else in this?
Hey, this arch. We've seen it somewhere before, right?
Indeed we have. It's the same one that stands over the entrance of the big building today.
But this is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Was it there the whole time?
It seems the architects worked with the old archway into the structure of the new building.
The future is simply the past reheated. I think I heard that somewhere.
And for once, it seems you might not have remembered it correctly.
But 12 years is a long time to reheat something for. If it was your lunch, it'd be ruined.
There are bird marks on this pillar here.
The report says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident.
A fire?
Let's see. Where was it again? Yeah, one of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably.
They sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. It seems our antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building.
Oh my god. What were some orphans just doing with kerosene lying around? They just picked up a canister of that shit and just spread it all over the floor and just light it on fire? Oh my goodness. Pyromaniacs.
These planters.
According to the case file, the yard stretched out around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side.
Yes, planters are arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've seen somewhere before.
Shame. There aren't many flowers, but I guess it was in the middle of winter.
Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow.
Weird. How come there's only one? Wait, it looks like somebody dropped it. That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family Liliaceae.
A lion lily, you say?
Wait, didn't Judge Cabal give President Wong some lion lilies? What is the same flower doing here?
This can't be a coincidence, can it?
I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia, but it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child.
I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Franziska.
Ha! What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you need to read a little more.
Well, screw you, bitch. A tortoise and a hare, inspired by the children's story, no doubt. The tortoise races the speedy hare and wins.
Alright, time for a K-Faraday pop-up quiz. Why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options.
I don't need 3 options, Kay. He lost because he stopped to rest and fell asleep.
Number 1, the hare's favorite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. Number 2, the tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu and got so fast that he won. Number 3, the real winner was the Yatagarasu who plotted a surprise secret victory.
Those are my only 3 options.
Too hard? Alright, I'll give you a hint. The option you're looking for starts with a through.
Well, that definitely narrows it down.
An igloo shaped like a bear. The perfect balance of cuteness and scariness. I guess you could call it a big glue.
It is quite large. You can probably fit in as many as 3 people inside of it.
Yeah, they could live in there for 3 whole years.
3 years. And what about summer? When did the big igloo melt?
Again. Say it again, Mr. Edgeworth, please, one more time.
Would the igloo melt?
God, you're no fun.
It's a porch swing with an elephant face on it. And behind it what appears to be a motor.
You know what every dedicated swing fiend always wonders, don't you? If you can swing all the way over the top and back again, maybe a motorized swing could finally make that dream come true.
Wouldn't that be a little dangerous?
And what dream is it? Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
True, but hardly applicable in this case.
Let's see. 3 cloven hoops. I'm gonna try merging these ones because of the pattern. Yeah.
So that's what our monstrous hoop prints really were.
Wait, what?
Recall the arrangement of the prints, now compared to that of the planters.
Whoa!
That's right. I believe the footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood.
So Chairman Winner was digging around the front of them?
He was. And why might he have been doing that? We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly the question. Which piece of evidence shows why Chairman Winner might have been digging in front of the planters?
Take that!
Recall, if you will, the report that Warden Lavoie sent to Chairman Winner. In it, she mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter.
You think she was telling him where to dig? Wait, why 3 holes?
Because the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant.
I get it. So he wasn't sure which one it was. Which means he had to try and dig up all 3.
I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman Winner.
But why go through all that trouble? What was he looking for?
This looks like a snowman, but it's mostly melted.
Well, it's no wonder he's all slushy. He's wearing a hat and a scarf. He must have been all roasty toasty. Oh, look at his cute little button eye, just lying there.
He probably would have frozen back up again at dawn, you know. That's usually when it's coldest.
I don't think that would have helped much, Mr. Edgeworth. If a melted snowman froze again, it wouldn't turn back into a snowman. He'll turn back into an Iceman.
What? Is what I bet you wanted me to say, isn't it? Well, too bad. Anything else to analyze? Okay, I think we'll go back here. What, did you dig up the brick? No? Okay. Ow, my ego. Okay.
Huh. 3 planters, covered with snow.
Is there anything the matter, Agent Lang?
Yeah, something's not right. I was unable to look at the case file until now.
Indeed. You have Chairman Winter to thank for that, it seems.
Yeah, but what's weird is, I've seen this scene somewhere before.
What?
But where? I keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone.
He appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. I think that's all about what we can learn from the scene for now.
Alright, how about I try to show you how things looked earlier on that night?
That would be very much appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping?
Sure, I'll use the photograph he took. Here goes nothing.
There's Mr. Aldone in the middle of the planters.
And there's the president and his kidnapper out by the road.
My father based his investigation on the evidence Aldone provided. That was why he was thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow.
And how he wound up suspecting Fifi LaGuardia. She was the one running the orphanage at the time.
Exactly. But when the case went to trial, Excelsius Winter put a big hole in that theory.
He did?
Yeah. After all, the president and the kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage. So it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection.
Huh. So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage?
Detective busted gut to find the evidence on the scene. And then the prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winter and LaGuardia were working together. They had some kind of deal, I'm sure of it.
So you're saying that Chairman Winter was working with the kidnapper?
Your father was convinced that LaGuardia was the culprit, correct? And you say he was a gifted and thorough investigator. That he must have had more to support his theory than just Mr. Aldone's message, surely.
Yeah, he must have. I just don't know what it was. It wasn't exactly a case he liked talking about.
Agent Lang's father, Da Long Lang. Trusted ally and confidant of President Wong. He discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winter. Our first priority should be to find out what they were. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
Hey, that snowman. It was melting in the simulation of the morning after the murder, huh? And that muffler was all wet, and its little button eyes had fallen off.
Indeed. It still looks reasonably healthy at this point. Although not entirely. I can see one thing that's missing.
Oh, poor guy. I bet some kid took it as a stupid prank.
Not a
bad piece of thieving, though. Maybe they had potential.
You think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely. This snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, his right eye.
Indeed. Luckily, we managed to locate it.
The button Mr. Aldone was holding. Look at that. It's the same type of button as the other eye and everything.
And if we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? The victim's location. The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered with his blood, which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's put a little hypothetical, shall we? What if, after being struck, Mr. Aldone lost his balance and reached out to grab something to steady himself? The snowman. The snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling.
I get it. So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked?
I am, within arm's reach to be precise. And he's currently nowhere near that close.
Right, but his footprints can only go as far as the planter. He never came back this way.
What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at the prints again.
Alright. I'll take us back to the scene where Mr. Aldone's body was found. But the footprints on the left definitely matched up with Mr. Aldone's shoes, right? So what's the deal?
Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out. Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Aldone's footprints?
Well, they're the same size, a 12, which is pretty big, and the prints match his shoes. He also got straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found.
But as we established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman.
Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Someone ever show stretching his limbs that far? Basically impossible.
I think we can be reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. But can we be certain that they were actually the victim's shoes? Perhaps we should take another look at them. I must scout the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Yes, your shoes. These shoes. As the case file says, they match the footprints, but... Huh? These aren't the victim's shoes, I'm sure of it.
What do you mean?
Look how the laces are tied. Does that look a little strange to you? What's more, they don't appear to fit properly.
So these prints, they go up to where the victim was found and they stop right by his feet.
But they didn't actually belong to him.
So are the prints by his head his? The ones that led away and come back?
No, I don't think so. They're too small.
So now this set belongs to him? Then how did he get here?
That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. So then where did the murder take place? Was it really over by the snowman as we suspect? I think Mr. Aldone's body was moved. How else do we explain the button clutched in his hand? And that would suggest he was killed somewhere near the snowman. I better take a closer look. I must scout the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
Size 9's footprints going towards the body and away from it. The case file says they must have belonged to the murderer.
They grow fainter as they get closer to the orphanage gates.
That's just because there's less snow over there now.
Be that as it may, it certainly doesn't help in matching the prints up with the name and face.
Poor snowman, he's not looking good.
It can't be helped. Snow and ice eventually melt. That's just how it is.
And so do mysteries. All we have to do is wait. The snowman of the case will melt into the clear water of truth.
All you have to do is wait, Kay. I have to solve all those mysteries. So there are planters outside the orphanage gates too.
Oh look! They planted stuff in the flowers under all that snow.
Indeed. A little frigid but tasteless nonetheless, even if this is a simulation.
Yes indeed. Bit frosty looking, but tasty nonetheless for a simulation.
Oh, we found where the brick came from.
Huh? Look, there's a brick missing here.
The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that just this one is missing. Seems quite likely that the missing brick was the one used in the murder, wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size.
I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman.
Right, the bun came from there, and the brick too.
Indeed. And what's more, if the murderer took the brick from right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters.
Mr. Aldone would have seen them right away.
Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, Kay. Mr. Aldone wasn't standing by the planters, he was next to the snowman.
Right, gotcha. Alright, here goes. Yeah, no matter how you look at this, just doesn't work, huh?
Indeed. Everybody was present in the exact same spot.
So, where do we go wrong?
One of the pieces of evidence on which we base our simulation of must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? But which one was it?
The photo?
Take that!
Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Aldone?
Huh? What do you mean?
We know that whoever killed him moved his body, but why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't?
And then they took the photo to help back up the lie?
They had the president at gunpoint. They could easily have forced him to pose for the picture. He would have no choice but to comply.
Hey, now that you mention it, they only recovered one picture from Mr. Aldone's camera, right?
Indeed. I imagine this killer probably removed the film that was already in there and replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that the only picture was found was the one they staged.
Yeah, that makes total sense. So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Aldone was killed. No way.
And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Aldone saw at all. It seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe that was the case.
Wait, so where was the president when Mr. Aldone thought he saw him being kidnapped?
Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try and figure that out.
Oh yeah, he left that voicemail too.
He did. I think we should listen back to it one more time, don't you? This is surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing. Right in the middle.
Take that!
Oh no, it's not. Ah shit, hold on, let me double check the voicemail. Huh, do I need a reason? No. Something he couldn't see, okay. Oh, here.
Take that!
Recall this statement from Mr. Aldone's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. 2 of the lights here in this yard are broken.
Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building.
Alright, could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned?
Sure.
And there we have it. The kidnapper really was standing over by the building. Yes, which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged the photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene when the body was found.
Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump?
To switch between the two recreations, I need to first press T to talk with K, and then switch recreations. I'll give it a try later when I need it. There's no mistaking it. This is where Mr. Aldone actually took his pictures, before being attacked by the murderer with a brick from the planter just behind him. After being attacked, he collapsed, grabbing the snowman's right eye as he fell.
Which means his body would have been there at first, and not when we thought what it was before.
Indeed. We should examine the area where we previously thought it fell to.
Snowman with one eye missing, and it comes about to my shoulder. That's a super heavyweight contender right there. Those kids were messing around.
Never mind its weight and size. I think we need just some slightly more in-depth analysis here.
Well, it has a bucket for a hat, fun surprise, and a nice fluffy muffler. The full snowman uniform. It looks like you can't wait for me to punch and kick into 1,000 tiny snowman pieces.
Perhaps if you were to keep things a little less subjective, K. Mr. Aldone wasn't killed here between the planters at all.
Then, what's with the blood doing here? What's his blood doing here?
Things have changed considerably in terms of what the simulation is showing us. But if you want to look more closely at this blood, I think we'll be better off looking at the simulation from the point at which the body was discovered.
Then what are we waiting for? I'm ready when you are.
Yeah, okay.
So this is where Mr. Aldone actually saw the president and his kidnapper.
Yes. Which pretty clearly suggests the link between the kidnapping and the orphanage. You can see why so much trouble was taken to suggest that it happened elsewhere.
Yeah, they pulled some really dirty tricks there. Taking a photo like that, that's just cheating.
Not to mention disposing of Mr. Aldone's camera film and forcing the president to pose at their gunpoint. They must have put some new film, and then staged the photo immediately afterward.
And if Chairman Winter was involved, he could have changed or hidden the other evidence as well.
It certainly doesn't help that the SS5 case file was classified until just recently.
Yeah, but he's behind bars now, and the truth is coming out at last.
Yeah, indeed. Although much still remains unclear. We need a very look. Yeah, okay.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? You want me to show you the scene as reported in the police case files, right? Okay, let's take another look at how things were when they found the body. And there we have it.
So this is where Mr. Aldone really met his fate. But he was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the staged photograph. Over to the spot between the planters.
So the footprints, the fact that they go over there and come back.
Yes, I think that tells us something important. That they were left by whoever carried them over there. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Blood on the snow, a lot of it. It certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it?
Wait, but we just figured out Mr. Aldone was killed over by the snowman, right?
We did. I think his blood might belong to somebody else.
What? But the police report said the blood was Mr. Aldone's.
Need to remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Winner. The man would have had no scruples about altering the official record over something this small.
But then, why go through all that trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood instead?
He wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew that this was where the police would find Mr. Aldone's body, and he knew that the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues.
Oh, you mean Lumino? Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they used that for sure.
Exactly. You wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was
whether it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such tests when they came back in. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy.
Eesh. So we've been looking at a forgery this whole time? That sucks. Wait, but it says Mr. Outdone's clothes were covered with blood too.
It does, and if they were, which seems entirely believable, it suggests that whoever's blood this is, it wasn't yet dry when Mr. Aldone's body was placed here.
I get it, which means that the other person's blood was split not long before Mr. Aldone was killed.
I think it does, yes. But if that's the case, doesn't that present something of a contradiction? Could this be related to the evidence somehow?
Eureka!
No. The stone was melted with the fire. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Kay.
Eureka!
No? Ah, fuck.
Eureka!
There's a clear contradiction here.
Huh? In the bloodstain?
The blood is clearly cut off when the snow was melted by the fire, which means that the blood in question was spilled before the fire was started.
Huh? The fire happened before the murder, no?
If you choose to believe the case file, yes. But the fire was actually set after what happened here.
The kid who lit it might have seen something.
Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Chairman Winner's version of the events.
We need to know more about this fire. You.
Yes, Shifu?
The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might have been a record of it. Go see if they have anything, and bring everything you find it back here right away.
That's it, Shifu. I'll get right on it.
One more thing.
What is it, Shifu?
Contact my family back in Zhongfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something related to the case.
There should. What kind of something exactly?
I told you, I seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I remembered where. It was my father's office. He had a picture of it, or at least something very much like it.
What?
It looked like it was drawn by a child.
Possibly a child from the orphanage. Possibly even a child who set the fire.
It should be still there somewhere. Tell him to send him right away. Yes, Shifu. I don't believe there is any more to be found here. Oh. These planters.
According to the case file, the yard stretched about 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side.
Yes, planters are arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've seen somewhere before. Yeah, I've already used that.
Shame that there are many flowers. I guess it was the middle of winter.
Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow.
Weird. How come there's only one? Wait, looks like somebody dropped it.
Yeah, we've already seen this shit before. Why is it repeating like we haven't seen it before? Okay, I don't know why is it doing that. Yeah, we've already seen this dialogue before. Why is it going over like we haven't gone through it before? It's kind of weird. There are burn marks on this pillar here.
The report says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident.
A fire?
Let's see, where was it again? Ah! Yeah! One of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably.
They sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. Seems our antics thwart our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. President Wong changed after the SS5 incident. I guess he felt his trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. But to cut ties with my family completely, after how close he'd been off with all those years, my father was desperate enough to make amends, to get just one chance to say sorry. But no matter how many times he tried to get an audience with the president, he couldn't even convince them to take a letter to him. One time he came home covered in bruises. Who knows from where? Who knows from where? Bodyguard, maybe? Ugh. Sorry. There's no point in making you sit through my old stories that won't change anything anyway. I'll be at the judge of that. As warm and fuzzy as ever, I see. Not that I expected anything different. That case ruined my father, and my family too. The people who failed to keep the president safe. That's all we were after. That's all we were after that. He threw himself at heart and soul into the investigation. He became obsessed, in other words. Hardly the best state of mind in which to undertake an inquiry. Wow, you really don't pull your punches, huh? Look, just don't go thinking I'm only doing this because of my dad, okay? That investigation was solid. His work was meticulous, and it was accurate. It always was. He interviewed every single one of those kids, and he made sure they told him everything. I wonder if he learned anything of value. Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Aldon's footprints?
Are they the same size? Oh wait, why is it showing me the same thing again?
Oh my god, it's a weird bug in this game where it doesn't check off the actual area. Yeah, it's literally just showing me the same dialogue. So disconnect this. Okay.
If Tremont Winter was involved in President Wong's abduction, then it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping.
Oh, I get it.
You do?
You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right? Loot. He must have been digging up the ransom money.
The ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. It certainly seems like a possibility.
Glad you agree.
Shifu, I'm back. I brought everything the police had on the fire. And I also brought the picture from your father's office. And one more thing. About time, what kept you, huh? Well, hand it over. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? This is it. This is the picture I remember. Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident?
It sure looks like the kid drew it, huh?
Yes, and I'm willing to bet it is the work of a child who set the fire.
That looks like Canis.
Shifu, there's... What now? Look, you'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor? Why do you think my father kept this? I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation. Although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Could we see the case file for the fire too? Sure, here. If you'll just give me a moment to read through it. It seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident. And then disappeared several days later. What? Must have been because he saw something, right?
No, a kid? Really? That's horrible.
It's sadly not unimaginable. Huh? Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. Huh? What's this? That's... But what's it doing in that case file? What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before? Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could very well be connected. Which item of evidence relates to the item the boy left behind?
Take that!
I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case, but it looks like that might be the missing horn from the soft toy. Hey, that was President Wong's. You've seen it before? Of course. He always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece. I see. It has a special device inside that plays the recorded sound of when you twist the horn.
Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back might unlock more recordings?
Huh. You never know. The toy itself should be still up on the 51st floor. Hey, you heard the man. Yeah, Shifu. Now you'll fetch it right away. Here it is, Shifu. The Torosaurus doll, just like you asked. Good work. And over to the prosecutor over there. Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie?
It fits perfectly.
And? Any more recordings on there? Hold on, let me play it.
Hi, Dijou. Sorry, President Wong. It's me, Emily. I know it's been a while. I saw on the news that we were visiting the country soon, and I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all. But in the end, I decided I had to.
Turn it off right now.
Huh? What's gotten into Judge Javel?
Are you okay? Just turn it off, please.
You see, I had a baby, a beautiful little boy. You're a beautiful little boy. I'm sorry, that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I call him Sean. Sean Fenn. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
No!
Sean Fenn? The kid?
And also that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I don't know why I'm doing this voice, but I thought it was a voice modulator, but
Fuck it, we ball.
I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could beat him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where I will be. Goodbye.
What? He was my dad? I'm so sorry, Sean.
Can't explain what the heck is going on, Javel.
Sean isn't my biological son. I adopted him.
And he was aware of this?
Yes, of course. His mother, Emily Fenn, she died 5 years ago. We were cousins, but we were also friends, the best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. And so when she died, it seems only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, he had to keep his father's identity secret, and I decided that the best way to do that would be for him to never know in the first place.
Damn. Literally the son of a president. That's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and then sent the plushie to the president.
Hey. Yes, Sean?
You sure? He was really my dad?
Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Zhengfa.
Makes sense. That line of work might have well brought her into contact with the president.
What? You told me she worked at the orphanage! She did, but only after she returned, after she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her.
Sorry, Judge Javale, but I have to ask. Amelie, the lady who asked the president to come, why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere on the files related to the SS5 incident?
She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her.
I'll bet that was Chairman Winner's doing, though sadly we can't prove it.
And because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again.
And she died 5 years ago. This can't have been easy for Sean.
Hey, Sean? Are you thirsty? We could get a soda? My treat, okay? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over...
You think I can't buy myself a soda? This is important, and it's about me. I'm staying.
Oh, that didn't work at all.
Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago.
So that's it. That was the big secret.
I wanted to tell him face to face that Amelie was gone, but also that you were alive and well. More than well.
But
It makes sense now. I wonder Judge Gravel was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting.
Yeah, she would have to share the truth about Sean too. That was why I took the Lion Lilies with me. So there would be no doubt that I knew Amelie, and that I knew her well. These flowers bore a special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wong gave Amelie the bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. But now, he too is dead. If only he had lived, Sean might finally have been able to get to know him.
Shifu, I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but... What? What is it? You've been hovering there this whole time. Can't it wait? They sent something else from Zhengfa. President Wong's will. What? The president's will, huh? He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there was no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. What? This is... What is it, Ancient Lang? Does it have anything to do with our current case? You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son.
Sean's name appears in the president's will?
And we're certain that the document is authentic? That President Wong wrote it himself?
Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. They want to analyze it back home, to be sure, but I stake my name on it, being the genuine article.
Wong was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir, and yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless.
Well, that's that, I guess. Still, I can't quite believe it, but the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it. Sean, you're President Wong's son! Gumshoe looks like he hasn't gotten everything yet. Sean!
Sean! Sean! I don't know how to probably voice that.
To be continued.
Alright, here we go.
April 6, 4:51 p.m. Big building, empty lot.
Sean. He was my dad?
It can't have been easy learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly, and too late to ever get to know him.
You know how hard I tried to find him? Sean. I get it. He was the president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. But it was right there in front of me. Right there on the set. So why? Why didn't he just say something? Why didn't he tell me who he was? I'm sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, Mom. It's mine. If I hadn't broken my promise to you, that fire would have never happened, and it wouldn't have... I've ruined everything. Everything. It's all my fault. I even ruined your flowers. Sean, please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here with me. Just for a little while. The bond between parent and child, as symbolized by the lion lily. I'm no expert, but it's native to Zhongfa, so I know that much at least.
Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things just now. I know it might seem insensitive, Agent Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us.
You're right.
I believe you learned all we need to about what happened back then for now. How did it all line up with your father's theories about the case?
Oh, well, no. He took those to the grave with him. He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing now what he figured out.
What about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what we learned from Kay's reconstruction? Are we any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago?
You know, I think we might be. My father's footsteps are starting to become clear. Now all we need to do is follow them. All the way to the truth.
The real story of the SS5 incident.
The president went to the orphanage that night. That much we know for sure. The Taurosaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amelie Fenn. Except he was kidnapped, and Aldone happened to see it. If Aldone had been there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. They said they had to move his body to the planters and stage that photo to throw everybody off the set.
So that's our current theory, is it?
But there's something I still don't understand.
There is?
This. Why risk staging the picture? They would have had to force the president to play along. What if he hadn't?
It's a good question. And we may be closer to discovering the answer than we think.
I'm guessing the president we knew in the present was a fake. He was a body double. He was just that chubby ass motherfucking man that from the first case of Investigations 2.
We'll just have to get there one deduction at a time.
Yeah, I guess we will. Alright, deduce away.
Hold it!
Nothing should be taken for granted at this stage. We need to treat even the seemingly certain with caution. Can we really be sure that the president went to the orphanage?
I get it. You want evidence. This is a nice change of pace from people asking you to show them proof, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
There's no need to actually say it out loud, Cherry.
Hold it!
The plushie? It has a recording device concealed inside it, correct?
It does, and it was used by Sean's mother, Amelia.
To record a message asking the president to meet her at the orphanage at midnight.
Wow, you're finishing each other's sentences now? What a team! You two will peel away the layers of truth like an onion, I'm sure of it.
You do realize there's nothing underneath all the layers of an onion, don't you, Cherry? Would you try something that's a little less unfortunate sounding?
You two will peel away the layers of truth like the skin of a wolf, I'm sure of it. He said less unfortunate sounding. Shall I continue?
Hold it!
Can we go over the details once again? So Mr. Aldon saw the president being kidnapped right by the orphanage.
And he was standing next to the snowman.
The murderer kept behind him, grabbed a brick and...
Ow! Yeesh!
Calm down, Jay. We're simply verifying our understanding of events.
Yeah, well, that little outburst just blew my understanding out of my ears. I don't have to go all over this again, but can we do this less dramatically?
Really? Fine. I'm happy to keep answering if you're happy to keep asking.
Hold it!
If Mr. Aldon hadn't been there, huh? That's an interesting suggestion. Care to explain?
There's not a whole lot to explain. He saw the kidnapping, so he was murdered. If he hadn't been there, maybe the kidnapping could have happened without any blood being spilled.
But could it?
It makes it sound as if Mr. Aldon's fault. It was Mr. Aldon's fault that he was murdered.
That's not what Agent Lang is saying, Terry. What he means is that Mr. Aldon was the only person who died at the orphanage that night.
Well, of course he was. They kidnapped the president and everything. But the ransom was paid and he came home safely, right?
She's right, of course. But why does something bother me about that? I think it might be worth taking another look over the evidence.
Finish discussing these things with your assistant, Mr. Prosecutor? Then let's continue, shall we?
Hold it!
This is another very important part of our current theory. Shall we go all over the details again?
Sure, probably a good idea. Alright, first, what did Aldon see? He saw the president being kidnapped right in front of the building.
But the kidnappers were keen to avoid any suggestion that might be connected with the orphanage.
Yep, so they placed the film in Aldon's camera. And they staged a photograph of the kidnapping occurring further away from the building.
Indeed. And then they moved Mr. Aldon's body to the location consistent with what the picture showed.
Yeah. Secrets buried underneath the snow 12 years ago are finally coming to light.
And we're sure that's what happened that night? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
I get the sense we're still not seeing everything, that there's something else at play behind it all.
There is? But what?
There's a piece of evidence we discovered that Agent Lang's theory can't explain. We have to present him with it and develop our thinking further.
Yeah, it's the drawing, right? Just a kidnapper.
Objection!
Nope, that's the wrong fucking statement. God damn it.
Don't the man who makes a statement without proof. Yeah. Okay, I was supposed to present that one instead. Not the drawing.
You're saying there would have been no murder if Mr. Aldown had witnessed the kidnapping. But is that really the case?
Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody.
And yet it remains possible that Mr. Aldown wasn't the only person killed that night. There was a large pool of blood between the planters, but Mr. Aldown was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. But if all that blood by the planters belonged to somebody else...
Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you?
I do. It's hard to believe. I'll be the first to admit it. But it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but 2!
You're saying they covered up a whole separate murder. But whose? Who else was killed that night?
Whoever covered this up, this other homicide, did so very skillfully indeed. They even seem to have been able to avoid it being mentioned in the files. But they didn't quite get rid of everything. We have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that they never managed to erase. This clearly shows that something else happened that night.
Okay, now we present the drawing. Jesus Christ.
Take that!
Excelsior's winner tried to shroud the existence of the other murderer in the darkness, but there was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress, thanks to the efforts of your father, Ancient Lang.
My father?
Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with all the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of a child who set fire in front of the orphanage. But why would Chairman Winner wish to erase it from the record? Because he saw something he should not have. That's why.
He did? What was it?
It's right here in this picture.
The picture my father kept.
I think we can all agree that's the president on the right-hand side, and that the Torosaurus toy in his hand. But who's that standing across from him?
Where are you? There we
Take
are.
that!
Eastern robes and a black dog. That can only be Bodhidharma Canis.
What? The creepy assassin guy?
And what would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I can only think of one thing. That's right. It wasn't a kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination!
And what did LaGuardia and Chairman Winner were?
Yes, I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. Aldown was murdered because what he witnessed was actually an assassination, and not the kidnapping he thought to be at all.
Do you think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until just recently.
Yeah, we even met him.
Indeed. So we have a president killed 12 years ago, and a president killed in the last 48 hours. 2 presidents, in other words.
Right, which is completely impossible.
Or is it? I think it's entirely possible for there to be 2 presidents. In fact, that would explain a lot.
But regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Zhengfa may not be a big country, but he held that place together.
The president Ancient Lang spoke of was a noble and capable leader. No, no. The presidential mask has well and truly slipped. Entirely unlike the man we met. It really did seem as if they were 2 completely different people. But how could one country have 2 presidents? What could explain the situation like that? This is how it was possible for there to be 2 presidents. One was a body double. One of the 2 was a body double. Tell me that that doesn't make sense.
A body double?
President Wang was a man of great power and influence in Zhengfa, a figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years, such as the one at Gourd Lake only a few days ago.
It's true, there are more than a few assassination attempts, but that doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there was more than one president. Not without proof.
Do we have any proof that there was more than one president? Arrest footage, straight cam footage. Yeah, I don't think that has anything. There's more than 2 presidents. Not actually Alabama shoes. Victim shoes?
Take that!
No, fuck. No, no, no. If you could prove that he had ever been in 2 places at once, that would be pretty. Oh, right! The footage! Thank you, Kay. You're a good assistant as ever.
Take that!
No, oh, fuck! No, that's not it. That's not it. No, no, that's not it. Proof that they were in 2 places at once. Okay. Photo? Maybe?
Take that!
No, fuck. No, I am losing momentum here. Oh, god damn it. Oh my god, what is the evidence? Rehearsal tape? No. No, the footage does not fly. Do we prove there was more than one president? No, that doesn't prove anything. No. Oh, this one.
Take that!
I don't think he's noticed the contradiction staring at him in the face. Yeah, because he was at the embassy and then suddenly he was at the orphanage. Okay. Or is he just unable to accept it? What's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden. In Emily's friend's recording, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight, but it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time. Huh? How come? Because he was supposedly still at the embassy. With your father, Agent Lang. So he had noticed. The only way he could have been in 2 places at once is if there was 2 of them. Oh! So the real president, that was the one who died 12 years ago? I think it might have been. But why? And who? Who would have hired Canis to murder the president? In order to figure that out, we'll need to look at the piece of evidence we recently discovered was a fake. The fake evidence. What was it again? The photo.
Take that!
The picture taken with Mr. Aldown's camera was staged sometime after his murder. And Mr. Aldown was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph too must have been taken after the real president's death. So who is the president in the staged photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. I believe the president's double had him killed so that he could take his place permanently. And Excelsior's winner and Fifi Leguard helped him do it. Wait, you don't even have a body to support your theory. Are you telling me he magically disappeared? No, in fact we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time! Hold on, let me double check. Yeah, it was buried, right? I'm pretty sure it was buried.
Take that!
Yeah. Chairman Winner dug something up last night. Something you couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve. We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something even more important.
Wait, you mean...
That's right, the real president's body. I think that's highly unlikely anyway.
What?
The body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones surely would have remained. Mr. Powers informed me that the construction is due to start here sometime soon. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie, and the recovery of the president's remains.
Yeah, just once they start digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quick, huh?
Agent Lang, we need to have the so-called monster footprints analyzed again.
Yeah, I guess we do. If there was a body under one of them, there should be trace of evidence to confirm it. Hey, give me somebody from forensics. Sir, presenting the findings of our analysis, sir. The trace of human remains were found in the dirt, along with the signs of a body having been buried. So it really was him. Bones were also recovered from the home of Excelsior's winner. The physique looked to be about right, and dental and medical records are a match. It's him, no doubt about it.
So, as suspected, the real President Wong was killed 12 years ago, and the SS-5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide.
Wow, so it really was a murder, huh? This case has taken so many twists and turns, I'm starting to lose track.
Yes, perhaps we should summarize our findings just to confirm that we understand everything correctly.
Good idea. Let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage.
12 years ago, the real President Wong visited the orphanage. His aim, to meet his infant son. The footprints we originally assumed to be those of Mr. Aldown seemed likely to have been made by the president upon his arrival. But instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin, Bodhidharma Canis.
That's so sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time, only to...
Indeed, but at least with Mr. Canis, we can be sure that the job was swiftly and effectively completed. But then after the assassination, another tragedy occurred.
Mr. Aldown's murder.
Yes, it seems he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings. The moment when our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around to the side of the building. That was the sight that sealed his fate. We now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time. Far enough that he believed what he was seeing was the president's abduction. At which point...
Oh, the body double who had come to meet up with his co-conspirators walked up right behind Mr. Aldown.
And then knocked his ass out, leading to our unfortunate eyewitness
being murdered by the man who was planning to replace the president. So, was it the body double who moved Mr. Aldown's body too?
Yes, I think it probably was.
But none of the footprints could have been his, could they?
Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular trick was achieved. What shows how the body managed to move the body without... shows how the body double managed to move the body without leaving any footprints.
Take that!
What if the president's double moved Aldown's body like this? After killing Mr. Aldown, he could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that his job was to look just like the president, he would have been wearing the same shoes. Meaning that if he stepped exactly the footprints left by the real president,
Of course, he would have been the same. You would have been the same shape and size. It would have looked like a single set of footprints. So that's how it all went down? I'm so glad we finally figured it out. Wait, but there's one other thing I don't get. Still don't get.
there is what?
Why do they need to pretend there was a kidnapping?
Mr. Aldown had seen the president at the orphanage and left a message on Miss Ringer's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message, so they had to make it look like as if the events describing the message was true.
By staging a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw.
Exactly. I think the two people in the photograph are likely to be the body double and Fifi LaGuardia.
She's the one in the trench coat. How can you be so sure of that?
The two of them would have had to walk out beyond the orphanage gates to stage the photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real president's prints as he did before.
Oh, so the other set of footprints were hers.
The ones we originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. They were about a size 9, too small for Chairman Winner in other words, which means the kidnapper must have been played by Fifi LaGuardia. By Warden LaGuardia. And that explains how the so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination.
It does, which means my father must have
He must have...
noticed. There's no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof.
But the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct?
No. He appears to have kept a hold of it after taking the witness statement of the child who drew it.
Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wong was dead. And he knew what would happen if that news ever got out.
Zheng Fa would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt.
So he kept it a secret, and that secret died with him. Even though it meant to take the blame for the kidnapping. It meant taking the blame for the kidnapping and our family name being ruined.
So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, but he chose to hide it.
Well, it's finally coming to light at last.
Political assassination. It is indeed intriguing. Is it indeed intriguing?
Huh? What?
Who's there? I'm guessing that's the killer.
Oh, Canis! That sound! Is that a bell?
Oh hey, it's the escaped convict.
Bodhi, I'm a Canis!
What the heck are you doing here?
Well, Lord, you think you can show up in front of us and like it ain't a problem?
Forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having.
Huh. The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was just too good to miss, I expect.
You killed President Wong!
I did, but it's not something I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else you mentioned. Or someone else, I should say. Should I say?
Someone you're looking for, I suppose?
Exactly. That's why I took a little sojourn from the penitentiary to find a certain young pup. A young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat.
What?
Wait, you know who they are?
In a matter of speaking, what did you call them again? A secret mastermind.
It's your friend in the red raincoat, of course.
Red raincoat?
The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he? Helmut? Yes, he does. The young pup I mentioned, he saved my life. You know, 12 long years ago. My unexpected savior. As you have surmised, it was I who killed President Wong. But that meant that I too became an inconvenience in need of removal. the imposter president, Winner, LaGuard. All three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup again, they might have even succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now.
So it was the president's body double who hired you.
I remember his words almost as if it were yesterday.
You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, not twice, a bunch of times. Why do I have to take all the risk? Why am I the one they always put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat me like I was him. They worship me. So what's the difference? Who's to say I couldn't be just as good as him?
There was a difference, of course, even if he did look and sound exactly like him. Just because it walks and talks like a president, that doesn't make it a president, does it, boy? No.
So he got his wish and became the boss, but couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes. Rook's not around. That means I'm number one.
I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes.
You? Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me. Seems the king and his knight were much the same.
The president's double knew that his employer had a weakness. A young woman named Emily. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals.
Locals such as Chairman Winner.
Once Miss Fen had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap.
The meeting she arranged so the president could meet his son. That would have been the perfect opportunity.
Indeed, and with the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete.
What a LaGuard.
Now, quid pro quo. Where might I find the pup?
What makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same?
He set a little fire that night, out there in the yard of the orphanage.
Oh, yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of prank, right?
A prank? It was nothing of the sort, my dear. No, as I understand it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. From there, he happened to see Winner and LaGuard carrying away a dead body. He also overheard them catching a certain sordid little plot. A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what had really happened, from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. In any case, he escorted me from the premises. And, being a very considerate boy, thought to erase both of our footprints from the scene of the crime. It seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo just for such an occasion. So he spread it liberally about the place and set himself a little fire.
Damn, that's a crafty kid.
No way, so that's what the fire was for.
It must have been ever so beautiful. Winner and LaGuard were positively enchanted. And while they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out of a side entrance.
You never answered my question. You really think she's the one behind all this?
I do indeed, don't I, Helmut? Yes, I do.
What a twist!
Hold it!
You a target, but you're an assassin.
Sometimes the hunter must become the hunted. Sometimes the living must become the dead.
Please, Che, don't feel the need to add a proverb of your own.
Impermanence is inherent to the way of the assassin. Lives are taken, so it goes.
Wait, does that mean the people you sent out to kill sometimes try to kill you back, or?
It happens, occasionally, but it is not what happened this time.
Hold it!
But Mr. Canis, you're a professional killer, and a famously skilled one at that. Surely escaping even 3 attackers would have been little more than a minor inconvenience.
You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem to forget without Helmut here, I couldn't even walk down the street. Against 3 assailants, I wouldn't have lasted more than a few moments.
I see. So even the most proficient assassins are ill-equipped to face a full frontal assault.
We're not hugely fond of such situations. Shall we say, I certainly wouldn't have liked my chances.
Megamind's lost long sibling.
Hold it!
Again? So the 2 of you have met before?
Yes, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve, 18 years back.
That long ago?
But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life. It was snowing, more than it had in years, and cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility. I had taken Helmut out for a little walk. He had noticed something, and bounded off through the snow. When I caught up to him, he was stepping at a car. The doors had frozen shut. It took all the strength I had, but I eventually managed to open one. And inside I found 2 young boys, shivering and semi-conscious.
2?
Yes, and had I found them even an hour later, the poor wretches would have never made it. I took them both to a nearby orphanage.
Is it me or is there something significant about what he just told us? There is. What is it about Canis' statements that's especially noteworthy? The date. This was on Christmas Eve 18 years ago. You're certain of that?
I am. Holy smokes.
We have something that shows why that date is so significant. Which piece of evidence relates to the date at which Mr. Canis found the children?
Take that!
That was the same day on which a certain incident occurred. The murder of a well-known sculptor.
No way.
An incident in the aftermath of which 2 children went missing. The son of the victim, Audie Frost, and the son of the murderer, Carmelo Gusto.
Yeah, now that you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL, huh? Intriguing. The son of a murderer and the son of his victim. I suppose that would make sense.
It would?
One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see.
That must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gusto's son from getting into the competition.
Indeed, because without a son to taste his creations, Mr. Gusto would have had no chance of winning.
So that was what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details.
They weren't?
No, when we met each other again on that night 12 years ago, the young pup explained it to me. It seems that they really were on the brink of death when I found them, and the shock of experience caused them both to lose their memories. They weren't even able to remember their names.
Wow, so they wouldn't have known they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto's kids?
If what he's telling us is true, that would seem likely, yes. Which means we still don't have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. Mr. Canis, would you mind telling us what happened next?
By all means. The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. But then, I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things.
People from 12 years ago? You mean LeGuard, Winner, and the President, I assume?
Well, Warden LeGuard was in charge of the prison where he was an inmate this whole time, right?
I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been. But then she did try to have me killed. You already know why, of course.
Because you murdered President Wong, but they needed the world to believe he was still alive. If somebody had exposed the President as a fake, it would have been bad for LeGuard and Chairman Winner too.
Exactly. And not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing that night.
I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye.
And then...
Who are...
oh my god, oh my voice.
Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody.
Oh my god, oh no.
Okay. Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody. I know you are, President Wong. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please don't worry about your son. I only kill those I am employed to kill, which in this case means you. No. Wait, this is my first chance to meet him. And it might be my only chance. Please, give me just a few minutes longer. I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. I told them I was not aware he had a child. No, he said, and shook his head. Neither was I, but the world will know that I have one now. I mean to make sure of it. I've even prepared something in case the worst comes to worst. And the son in question, it was the young gentleman with the horns here, correct?
Horns? You can't see them?
I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see, and for longer than you may realize.
So the President meant to tell the whole world about Sean, and prepared something in case of the worst. But it's not enough to simply have Canis' word on the matter. Of course! We have something that proves that what he's telling us the President said is true. The will. A will everybody knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us, after all.
The name in the recording, the preparations he had made, and his will. With those 3 pieces of information, I was able to convince Warden LeGuard to do anything I asked.
With the information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time, and Sean's true identity with it. Yeah, and they would have just ran a paternity test and the fake would have just been exposed. Yeah, if they knew about that, yeah.
President Wong was more agile than I anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft. By the time the piece I'd broken off hit the snow, my next strike had hit its mark.
So it was Canis who tore the horn off the Taurosaurus doll.
I was the only one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me and that poor pup.
What a twist.
Hold it!
So you were able to continue communicating with him from prison?
I was. Via post office box.
What's that?
It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address.
I never knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under a rather strict supervision, you see.
By Warden LeGuard, no doubt. What were the two of you even communicating about?
We were playing correspondence chess, of course, and gripping about our respective lots in life.
Correspondence chess? But didn't you used to play that with...
As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Canis' chess opponent was...
Mr. Knight? Yeah, it was Mr. Knight.
We found the diagram of the game in his cell too.
So, does that mean Knight had something to do with all that IS-7 business?
Wait, could
that be it? Do we have any evidence that might connect Knight to the IS-7 incident? Yep, we do. This is everything Knight left behind. Could there be a clue in here somewhere? A ring and a chess set. Which one should we look at more closely? The ring! The ring!
What about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Fender, take a closer look at it if you will.
That design. That's about League's trademark. Mark.
Indeed, it looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to sign his work into a ring. But why would Knight have been carrying it? And why was it not with the rest of the evidence from the IS-7 incident?
They tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case wound down. But if I remember rightly, old Frostboy didn't have any family aside from his kid. The kid was missing, so they never got to hand it back to him. Not till later anyhow. I heard on the grapevine they found him in the end and gave him the goods.
Including the seal, it would seem, which he turned into a ring and wore until his own death.
So we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son?
The cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over.
And we were looking for someone connected to the IS-7 incident who played correspondence chess, right?
Wait, so our secret string puller is Bronco Knight?
Objection!
Knight is dead. How could he possibly be involved in our current case?
Far out. So our only candidate for genius mastermind is the guy who already kicked the bucket.
That's impossible. How can a dead guy be behind all this?
It's a little perplexing, but then, who else could it be?
Hold it!
He stopped responding. That seems strange.
I'm glad you agree. Helma did too, of course.
That big scary mouse really said that? Well, like, woof woof woof, that's barking mad?
He does not need to talk in order for me to hear him, my dear.
He doesn't? Okay, well, then let me ask you something. That look he's giving me, the super intense kind of scary glare. He's not trying to say he's hungry, is he?
He might be.
He might be? Mr. Edgeworth, help!
Kay really isn't fond of Janice's pet, it seems.
Yes, there's a good boy. Now where was I? Ah, of course. I suddenly stopped hearing from the pup.
Hold it!
It does all seem like a little too much of a coincidence, doesn't it? An attempt was made out of the life of the man who was pretending to be the President Wong all these years. Warden LeGuan murdered Bronco Knight while he was being held at the prison she ran. An Excelsius winner, chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, murdered Rosie Regner. And the more I think back, the more it seemed at the time that some mysterious other presence was lurking behind all those incidents.
Yes, even from behind bars, it was rather obvious that something strange was going on.
Hold it!
You thought you'd temporarily regain your freedom? Could you be any more brazen?
Yeah, even a thief would struggle to get away with something like... I thought I'd temporarily steal it.
Fear not. Nobody was injured in the course of my escape. It was unnecessary after all. I have my ways. Let's leave it at that, shall we? Leave it at that? No way, pal. You escaped. I'll arrest you right now. There'll be no need for that, detective. As soon as my business is concluded, I'll return home to my cell.
Are you serious? Prison is supposed to be some place you can just stroll in and stroll out when you please.
Strange that you should say that. Weren't you the one who strolled in to try and dig into my past only recently?
You.
Agent Lang, Detective Gumshoe, I need to be able to question Mr. Canis further. Could you both try to remain calm for now?
Sure thing, sir. Kinda knew you were gonna say that.
Ugh, fine. But I'm not taking my eyes off Dogman. Not even for a second, you hear?
Hold it!
In Braille? That's how you wrote all of them.
That's right. I have the tools to do so in my cell.
Huh? So you have to use special tools? I never thought about it before, but I guess it makes sense.
And what exactly did you write about, if you don't mind me asking? Mind my asking?
Oh, this and that, general chit-chat, and chess moves, of course.
You wrote the chess moves in Braille too? That's interesting.
Speaking of chess moves, how does that piece you carved yourself move? The dog.
Perhaps we can talk about that later. For now, I'd like to know what happened when the letter stopped.
I sat in my cell and tried to imagine where he might have gone.
Okay, no, still don't get it. What does he mean? Who's this puppy keeps talking about?
For indeed. It seems that not even Mr. Cadus knows his true identity. So we should focus on what we do know. That there was a connection between the two of them. I'm particularly interested in how the connection was maintained. Okay, so we already pressed everything. Is it this?
Objection!
Oh yeah. You said that you wrote all of your letters in Braille, is that correct?
I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know about my condition, don't you?
That's odd, because the chess diagram we found at Knight's cell didn't contain any Braille at all.
Really? But surely that's impossible.
How so exactly?
Maybe someone typed Mr. Cadus's letter out on purpose?
Meaning there might have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them.
So then...
Mr. Cadus said he wrote his letters in Braille, and yet the letters received by Mr. Knight contained no Braille at all. This suggests there must have been a third party who typed Mr. Cadus's letters out.
I guess it would have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever it was could have taken Knight's letters and turned it back into Braille.
They could indeed. Yeah, so it was translated. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Cadus. Mr. Cadus, the answers you received...
They were written in Braille too, yes.
So some mysterious middle person was really retyping the monster's missives.
And that same person.
Might as well be our secret string puller.
Wait, you're trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind all this whole thing? So who's this new one?
Bronco Knight, son of Audie Fox, is already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was the actual who we've been looking for?
Carmelo Augusto's son. But who is he? And where is he?
If Knight was Frost's son, Gusto's son would have to be...
I've known him since...
Oh, yep. I had a feeling. This fucker. Simeon Saint.
I've known him since we were all kids. When we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see. Just like me.
Him? But surely not.
What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? You're white as a sheet.
Of course. It all makes sense. I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is.
What? Who? You have to tell us.
I can hardly believe it, but it's somebody we know rather well. That person we've been looking for is... Oh, I went past it. This bitch! It has to be! The person behind all of this. The person who forced Chairman Winner's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Ringer. The person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kay and myself. The person who did the strangest thing of all.
who drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of the big building. It was the monster.
What? Did you really just say what I thought you did?
Yes, the monster that was the key to unmasking our mastermind.
Oh, I almost forgot. We are doing a new show soon. I love if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right. The Big Berry Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You have oodles of fun.
Miss Lloyd, could I ask a favor?
Who, little old me? What kind of favor?
You told us you recorded the sound of Torosaurus breathing fire. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps?
Who, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper than a gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of the big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured. Sure did. Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy did I hear him.
Can we listen to the tape?
You surely can. Let's see now.
That's it. That sound. It must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster and the identity of the person behind this is all falling into place. Miss Hart, you saw a giant eye at the window of the storeroom, did you not?
Yep, stamp me a picture of it too. Even if you can't see it right so well.
We can't see it right now, but... Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your image analyzer. Can we borrow it again?
Sure, but what do you want to look at, sir?
This photograph right here.
Gotcha. I'm on it.
The clue we're looking for must be here. We just have to find it.
That's...
See? I done told y'all. Torosaurus his own dang self.
Huh. Yes, there is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of this whole scheme.
Monster? You're finally ready to admit it? That he's a dang well real? The big bad bull himself?
No, because that isn't Torosaurus at all. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this if you would.
The very big circus flyer. Oh wait, look.
You see it? The enormous lion balloon? That's the real monster. And the sound of Miss Lloyd thought the creature was breathing fire?
Come on. You're gonna bring me crashing down to earth like that?
That's how balloons fly, huh? They burn gas to make hot air.
They do. And our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever going near the elevator.
So this culprit, they got something to do with the circus?
The circus worker. Friend of the monster. Son of Gusto. Whoa. You're not serious.
You forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. Huh, it's hard to believe. But he's the one who's been pulling the strings this whole time. That's right, Simeon Saint is the one behind all this.
Full circle, baby.
Simeon? But everything... Really? I don't believe you. We trusted him and he trusted us. You can't tell me that was all lies. That would be too horrible.
I'm sorry, Kay. Huh? Who was that?
Hey, where do you think you're going, old man?
Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now I know the truth, my business here is done.
What? No, Mr. Canis, wait. Oh shit!
He's getting attacked by the dog.
Damn it, he disappeared. Guys, why did none of you just jump the man while I was being attacked by the dog? Like, come on, guys, what the hell?
Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't worry, I'm fine. But... fucking bitch pissed all over my cravat.
Damn you.
Are you alright, Sean?
He killed my dad. He did, right?
There's no easy way to say it, but sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did.
He won't get away with it. I'll make him pay. Somehow, some way, No, Sean, you mustn't say such things. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both.
I just put out the call out, sir. All units are on the lookout for Mr. Cadis.
I don't mean to hurry everybody, but we better be on our way too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind?
I suppose you're right. We should go on after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice for the show, which I guess he'll be at the circus. But before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask of you, Agent Lang.
There is? What?
Once a beast has been sighted, the next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we need to try to find as a matter of priority. And Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping.
Yes, sir.
I want to help too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Good. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. If Saint really is our mastermind, we're going to need this person's help. Between our many encounters, I never suspected a thing, even though he was right there in front of me. I messed up. There's no other way of putting it, but I'm going to put things right once and for all.
Oh boy. It goes all full circle.
Yeah, so we can continue.
April 6, 5:30 p.m. Very big circus. Big top.
Oh, hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you guys come to watch the show?
Hello, Miss Berry, Mr. Saint.
You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. But I'm glad you kept your promise.
Yes, I remembered you giving me this.
That's so great. You're going to have so much fun. I think you'll be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth.
Huh? I think you've surprised me more than enough for one day already.
What are you talking about?
Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Berry? That's the eye painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct?
Oh, yeah. What is this exactly?
I have a strong suspicion that the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for.
You do?
Who's usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, that would be Simeon. But wait, you don't mean...
Mr. Saint, you took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you?
Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I need to put in some extra hours.
Huh, at night, when it would have even been more difficult than usual. A strange time to decide to practice.
But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying?
That you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious Kate to the top of the big building in order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. The security cameras never recorded Kate taking the elevator up to the roof, which means she must have gotten there another way, from the sky. And the only person able to make that happen would have been you!
But, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand.
That's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him and carried him away. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Why am I doing any of those things? Please, you have to believe me. I never, ever do something like that.
I wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had in you has been completely destroyed.
That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back at jail, you said you believe I was innocent. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here.
This is just awful. I never thought you lied to me. We didn't lie. I swear, Simeon, you said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. It hurts, Kay. It hurts so much. Come on, Mr. Edgewood. This is Simeon we're talking about. He's not a bad person.
Objection!
I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it? With everybody. You root out their psychological weaknesses and exploit them, and without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arch-manipulator behind all of our recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Simeon Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention.
Oh, so that's how you want to play it, huh? You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into dust is kind of a hobby of mine.
Oh shit. He's having his Joker moment. Oh, what the hell? What voice do I give him now?
Heh, well done, all of you.
Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much for the trainee animal tamer who couldn't hurt a fly. I guess that was all an act. But I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you.
Simeon, this can't be true, can it?
Truth? Lies? What does it matter? Huh? All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed. And now, he's going to pay. I was just out practicing. Sure, I went up in the balloon a couple of nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all.
So you go up in the balloon reasonably often.
Yeah, promoting the circus, like I said.
Is that true, Miss Barry?
Well, it's true that Simeon's job is to go up in the balloon and spread the word. I guess just about everybody in the area would have seen him up there by now.
Well, that same balloon was used in the commission of a crime.
Nonsense! I just happened to be in the area where it happened. Somebody took a picture while I was floating past the big building. That's all.
I'll be the judge of whether you have just happened to be nearby. Thank you very much. Quite a lot to sort through.
Hold it!
This balloon. Do you usually launch it from here at the circus?
No, you need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from.
I see. And how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it?
Not by hand, that's for sure. That thing must weigh a few hundred pounds. It's kind of impressive that it can even get off the ground now that I think about it.
I prefer if you didn't change the subject. How do you transport the balloon?
Wow, give a guy a break, will you? It sounded like I was getting miles off track. Sheesh. We use a truck, okay? You just load it onto the back and away you go.
A truck, you say?
Yeah. Last time I took it out, it would have been 2 days ago.
Huh. That could be important. I better keep that in mind.
Yeah, that was evidence of a truck. I'll press that one just in case.
So just to confirm, the truck hasn't been anywhere else since then.
Why would you need to confirm that? I just told you, didn't I?
Answer the question. Or are you trying to avoid this one too?
Oh, that was a cheap shot even for you. If I say something, you don't need to confirm it, because I just said it. See how that works? But since you insist, the truck's been parked out back since the day before the last. And the balloon was still loaded on the back, basket and all. Now to explain to me why that even matters.
Not right now. I think I'll just thank you for giving me a straight answer for once. I'll leave it there. So he means to insist that the truck had been parked here since 2 days ago. Huh. I think you might have let more slip there than you realize, Mr. Saint.
Are you done? Alright, as I was saying.
Objection!
This truck? It wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance.
Huh? So what if it is?
We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today, one with a large basket loaded on the back. If that was the truck you told us about, then your statement about it not having been moved in 2 days is a lie. Agent Lang, Emma.
There you are, Mr. Edgeworth, at last. I've been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kay sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away.
And I found what you asked me to look for. Go look for. It was loaded onto a truck in a parking lot out back. A blue truck.
Well, I think that's right. Truck might be the one we saw earlier today. In fact, I'm almost certain of it.
Objection!
What? Just because it's blue, like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one?
No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure.
Objection!
Huh? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
That wasn't me! Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with evidence.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Show me! I demand proof! I must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it.
Huh? What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck?
The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while.
No way, you can tell that just from that?
What can I use to prove this is the same truck?
Fingerprint dusting.
I'd like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints.
Huh? Why would you want to do that?
Because I expected to find a certain very set of prints. And if I do, that will prove beyond a doubt that it's the truck we saw in front of the big building. Whose prints will prove that it was the truck we saw? Mine!
Yours? You think you're going to find your own prints on there?
I do, because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills once more time?
That's why I'm here? One moment, please. Alrighty, take it away, Mr. Edgeworth.
Huh? Me?
Of course. What else did you think it was going to? Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how.
Fine. Although I don't see why you can't do it yourself.
Just spread the powder over the area you want to search for prints. Like this.
Moving the cursor and pressing space will allow me to dust the area with powder.
Just stick to the fingerprints once you found one. Make sure to dump plenty on there. And then blow away the excess.
Blow it away.
Yeah, with your mouth. Ha! Like that.
Blowing with tea should remove any excess powder.
Alright, you got all that?
Yes, thank you. Want to try it for real?
Oh, There's no such thing as too much powder, by the way. Go crazy.
Alright, I'm just gonna cover the whole screen. And then T.
That's it. That's a nice clean print you got there.
Can we compare it to my prints right away?
Yep, leave it to me. That confirms it. It's Mr. Edgeworth's print, alright.
And with that, another lie is exposed.
Ah! So what were you doing in the truck?
Oh, just driving around. For fun, you know.
Objection!
Kay was abducted 2 nights ago, and your balloon was sighted nearby. Then today another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage. And your truck was sighted nearby.
Objection!
Coincidence? Nothing more.
You want me to believe that you were near the scene of the 2 separate abductions simply by chance? Just be honest, you were involved in both.
What makes you think they were even connected?
Objection!
A certain very potent piece of evidence, that's what.
Ha! Oh, this should be good.
What connects Kay and Sean's abductions?
Take that!
Kay was drugged with a dose of a powerful sedative, and a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less.
Objection!
Ha! I knew you'd try something like this. So the same sedative was used. So what? Does that mean everything's connected? You know as well as I do, that doesn't prove anything for sure.
Yeah, we must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes.
Cops, prosecutors, you, Miles, you're all the same at the end of the day. You force the evidence to fit the crime or you flat out make it up, just as long as somebody goes to jail. You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer we've had the misfortune of meeting.
Objection!
No, I'm nothing like him.
Objection!
Then show me. Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right?
Nah, it's no use. We don't have anything that could tie him directly to both kidnappings.
Okay, you're about done there, Miles. No more cheap shots left to fire. Great. Well, I have a show to be rehearsing for. So, if you don't mind.
Objection!
Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all out under the collar. Wouldn't want your good looks running down your face, would we, Simeon, old pal?
What are you sticking your nose in for?
Hey, I just sensed the vibe being a little harsh and heavy, yeah? Thought I ought to lighten the mood. Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the old great thief magic.
You don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see. If I can do Simeon's voice, here it goes.
Objection! What are you? Take this seriously with you.
Thought you could do with somebody running a little interference for you, master. Not the most ethical approach, I know, but again, Kay, again.
We can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. This is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything else that suggests he is our mastermind? Of course. Candace was looking for our secret string puller too. The young pup, as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was the same young pup, then perhaps. But what evidence do we have that might prove him to be involved in it behind the scenes?
The drawing?
Take that!
No, oh no, it's not.
Yeah, this proves it. Well, I guess I agree. Alright. Current case of the secret string board.
Take that!
Bug? That's it. No, it's not.
Take that!
No, okay. To prove that he was behind the scenes.
Take that!
The letter was sent by a mysterious mastermind, I'm sure of that, but I just don't have enough to prove it yet.
Let's see. Okay, guess we could maybe sing a song?
Come on, at least try to hide the fact you're playing for time. Ugh, amateurs. Oh, I love to sing. Oh, won't you sing with me? We'll sing and be merry and happy and free. Yeah, that voice is giving me goosebumps. And not in the good way. Stop, stop.
This isn't going to buy us much time. I have to hurry. There must be another piece of evidence that ties to Mr. Saint to this chase. But what evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? Something that he has, okay. The
Take
tape?
that!
This is... no, it's not.
Take that!
Crossbones chest diagram? I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis.
And that same person.
Might well be our secret string puller. That's right, our mastermind was involved in Canis and Knight's correspondence chest exchanges. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them...
Alright, that's enough. This is getting painful. You don't have anything and I have to practice for the show, so if you don't mind.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here. And I can't take any more of your interventions.
Ooh, just look at that face. Yeah, I like it. Sereno's back in the game for sure. I'm Simeon, the funny clown. Look at me. I'm juggling.
Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it?
Huh? Where did that come from? Chess? Sure. I don't hate it.
Our secret string puller was playing correspondence chess with Mr. Canis.
Objection!
I thought Bronco was the one playing chess with Cadus. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind?
Objection!
No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating the events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter, if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted themselves between Mr. Canis and Knight.
And you think that person was me? Hehehe, why would I go through all that trouble? That's crazy.
To make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that led Fifi Legua to murder him.
What? You're saying that he set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed?
Objection!
Listen to yourself. What do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master? You see me? I can barely even get animals to do what I want!
If we could find one of those letters he passed between Knight and Canis, that would prove the connection would beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might find...
Objection!
Letters? You won't trust me.
What?
Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. Well, I get hung about the past, right?
Grr! He must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks.
Just you went in without the evidence you needed once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know.
So if this doesn't prove anything either, we've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? Are we out of options?
You accuse me of betraying my friend and you don't even have any proof. You're despicable.
Who was that?
Oh, hi.
Miss Barry? What does she want?
Sorry, it's just... I was thinking about what you were saying and... This Knight person... You mean Bronco, right? Simeon's friend?
Yes? What of it? Does she know something?
A letter came from him this morning. For Simeon.
What?
What did you...
How is that possible? Knight is dead! Miss Barry, we need to see this letter right away.
Sure, here you go. Let's open it up, shall we?
It's another correspondence chest letter.
The next move from the game with Mr. Canis.
Can anybody smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. But you're never gonna beat me, not at chess.
It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before my Knight died. I guess it must have gotten held up en route.
Well, we do move around a lot. It's part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time.
Interesting that it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint.
Oh shit! Ah!
This is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you were the one facilitating Mr. Canis and Knight's games. One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille in order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected.
Curse you, Bronco! You're still getting in my way even now! I hate you! I hate you! Simeon, how could you? You said I was your only friend. Ha! You had friends. I stopped thinking it was my friend 18 years ago.
Right around the time of the IS-7 incident, in other words.
I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head off and to meet my dad at the contest, but then Bronco showed up. He pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time, whining on and on. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this, and if I don't do what he says, he's so scary. Stop it, Bronco. Stop it. I have to go meet my dad. I promise. If I'm not there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset. He needs me. If I don't go, he won't be able to show everybody he's the best in the world. But no, he locked me in that car with him, and the two of us nearly died. He thought he could get out, but when he tried the door, it was frozen shut. We were trapped, and that's how I lost my dad.
You lost your dad?
Yeah, Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer.
What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all. Simeon. The victim of the IS-7 incident was a guy named Marty Frost.
Yeah, that was my dad's name. My memories got kind of scrambled that day. What little I remembered was pretty mixed up. So I didn't find out until later that my dad was murdered.
The murderer was a man named Carmelo Gusto, a confessioner.
Really? I never knew Bronco's father's name. Or maybe I chose not to remember. Just thinking about that sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach.
Mr. Saint, are you sure you don't know the name of the murderer until just now?
Ha! Do you think I sit on it if I did? No, I'd have reported him to the police straight away. All I knew was that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. And that's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you've made a mistake. A big one.
A mistake? What do you mean?
Artie Frost was a sculptor. He'd been working in France not so long before the murder, under the name Paul Halik.
So I hear, but I don't remember anything about that. I wish I could.
Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father.
Huh? Is this your idea of a joke? Well, it's not funny. Not at all.
You're right, it's not, but you need to know the uncomfortable truth. The piece of evidence proves that you are not Artie Frost's son. Yeah, because he doesn't have the seal.
Take that!
Huh? Bronco's chess set and a ring.
Yes. Take a look at the ring for me, if you would. What does the engraving on it tell you?
It's 2 letters, right?
Yes, it is. This is the seal with which Paul Halik used to mark his works, and was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago.
But why would Bronco have been memento of my father?
The police looked for Frost's son for a long time, and eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight.
What? But that's not... That would mean I was...
Precisely, that you are in fact the son of Carmelo Gusto.
No! That can't be. I'm... My dad was... I remember, don't I? Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He deserved to die, didn't he?
No way, so I get to see your circus thing even though I'm in jail. Huh. I was looking forward to the next move in our little chess game, so the show's just the icing on top.
Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it.
I will, and hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime.
Oh, speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set. But you can take a look at it later.
A little something. No idea what that might be, but thanks.
If you had entertained me 18 years ago, it wouldn't have had to end like this.
Huh? Did you say something?
Me? Oh, it was nothing.
Goodbye, Bronco, and farewell. I did all that, and now you're telling me that it was my father who killed Broncos? Then what was all this for? I didn't want to wind up dead too. I didn't want to be weak and vulnerable.
He reminds me of Hisoka, and I'm not happy about that. Well, it is the clown makeup. It does resemble Hisoka's appearance quite a lot.
That's why. I tried to be like Canis. Why I stayed in touch with him all these years.
And there we have it, the truth at last.
Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Canis' correspondence chess partner, and you were the one manipulating the events this whole time.
You're right. It was me. It was me all along.
At last, he's finally telling the truth.
I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago, but you knew that already.
The president's assassination, just as we thought. Which means he's the one who drew the picture.
And they knew it too. That's why. LaGuard kept questioning me day in and day out.
I got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame you for wanting to get out of there?
But I imagine it wasn't as easy as simply running away. Winter would have sent his men after you.
No matter where I went, they were on me. They never stopped coming. 24 hours a day, 360 days a year. I couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. It drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least that way, moving from place to place was part of the job. My whole life has been up against the chief prosecutor and the warden of the prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From the time I was a child, I had nobody. But they weren't even the worst of it. The body double behind it all, controlling everything. He may have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope did I have? There was only one person I could turn to. Canis, the man who saved my life. He wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me.
That's quite a claim. Strange to think of our famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of a child he saved.
He showed me how to stop being a victim, to stop being hunted, and become a hunter myself, and they all become my prey.
But I doubt even you imagine that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police.
No. I'm sure they didn't. I sure didn't. And as long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand.
He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. LaGuard almost got away with it again. But I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was all going to go down.
So we saw right through their plan. How Chairman Winner would try to suppress the evidence of Warden LaGuard's trial. I see. And that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You wanted to force a guilty verdict regardless of the presence of evidence or rule of law.
Objection.
Maybe I did, but how else was I going to make them pay for what happened 12 years ago?
Whatever helps you sleep at night, but Winner pulled one last surprise, didn't he? He tried to kidnap Sean himself in hopes of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the man you fervently claim to hate.
That's only if I'd actually kidnapped anyone at all. But I never do anything so wicked. Never ever. Me commit a crime? No. And besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If they hadn't done what they did, my revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun.
Objection.
So you admit it. Your motive in all of this was nothing more than revenge?
Sure, I admit it. So what? I despise every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody. The most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. A quick note to ring her and to tell her about Winner, and another to him so he knew about her. But the fact they wanted to kill each other, and one of them succeeded, that was all on them.
So you take no responsibility for the fact that your actions resulted in multiple murders.
Right. Same thing at Gold Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know. The whole fake assassination plot, I handed to Bronco on a plate.
That was a part of his plan too? So Rook's murder was...
Objection.
No. That was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. It still had moved things into the right direction, wouldn't you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing?
You can't talk like that about a murder.
Setting LaGuard up was easy too.
I just made it seem like Knight and Canis were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chest set.
So it was you who put it there? In there?
Yes, it was. I thought it might point everybody nicely in Canis' direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew that would be all it took to make that awful woman murder poor Bronco? I guess she got to where she just saw enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. So even the smallest thing can send you into paranoia, into overdrive, and then things get ugly quickly. I had a front row seat for the whole show. You were the last piece to be put into play, of course.
Who? Me?
You solved both cases and finally brought down Winner and Nagua. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to them both.
Objection!
I didn't solve those cases for your sake.
Sure, you didn't know you were doing me a favor, but you were just playing at being an attorney for a little while, right?
What did you just say?
All I had to do was cower and say no a few times. And you rode into my rescue like the hero you are.
Was getting arrested part of your plan too?
No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. I never thought they'd take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold, for sure. But then who should come through with the turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of this generation, my knight in shining armor. I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that, huh? You ought to thank me, you know. I don't do that for many people. You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you, because helping people is what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me, right when I needed him most.
Okay.
Aw, did he? You sure he wasn't just trying on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size? No, that's not what he was doing. Come on, K-Meister, don't let this clown get you down. He's projecting, plain and simple, painting other folks with his own grubby brush. It's not just he doesn't trust other people, the poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake? Forget about it. He'll never understand. You think I care with what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from, and yet...
Bring it.
You can't prove I incited anything. Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. That's not true. You kidnapped me. Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I did was admit to sending letters. You! Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. I just passed on what you might call pertinent information.
Gah! He's a slippery one, I'll give him that.
There's gotta be something we can do. What about this? Excitement stuff he's talking about.
Incitement, Kay. He means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as an equivalent to committing the crime itself.
So then we just need to prove that he told them to do it. You say it like it's going to be easy. Guess maybe you're not so big on due process after all. You think you can make me carry the can for murders I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you?
I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run.
Really? You don't think I planned my escape too? What if, just to pluck an idea out of nowhere, I trained all of these vicious wild beasts to attack on command, for example? And all I have to do is say the word, then sign off stage in the chaos.
What? You wouldn't.
I'm just spitballing, but you'd pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just easily take Sean hostage with a gun I may or may not have in my pocket. Yeah, you know what? That would make for a killer show.
You would do no such thing.
It's hard to know what lengths he might actually be prepared to go to, but knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst. Okay, let's double check the evidence. Yeah, it's nothing's really direct. Modern day bus footprints.
Fine, I'll humor you. But once the curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one. Bore me and we're done here. Alright, let's see if you can keep me entertained, shall we?
Grr, he's not going to give me an inch. But there must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished.
Hold it!
You encouraged the others to commit murder, and those murders were duly committed. And if I can prove it, you will be punished just as if you had done the deed yourself.
Yeah. What was the word for it again? I forgot already.
Incitement, Kay. Chairman Winner, Warden Ward, and Bronco Knight, all were criminals in their own right, and all committed unforgivable acts, but all induced to commit those acts by somebody behind the scenes. This man right here.
Oh, you really don't hold back, do you, Mouse? But it doesn't change anything.
Hold it!
Nowhere at all.
What? You didn't look? I can give you a minute if you like.
He's clearly confident that I won't find anything. He must have planned for those letters down to the last word.
Look, I don't want to teach you how to do your job, but if you can't prove I encouraged them to commit those murders, your incitement charges goes up in smoke. Too bad, so sad, huh, Miles?
Hold it!
I know for a fact that you made those murders happen.
Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made the big bad Chairman Winner kill little Miss Rosie Ringer.
What? You told me yourself.
Objection!
Did I? And can you prove? And you can prove it. If you can't, this ends here. Just ask yourself: could this sweet, innocent boy have done the things you were saying? No.
I hate to admit it, but he's right. Without proof, we have nowhere to go with this. And we gotta prove what he said on the phone. If we could only prove what he said on that phone call.
Hold it!
The same story as always. What do you mean by that?
Why does that matter? That's not important here. You know what is important, though? That you can prove nothing. Nothing!
Until we have some way of showing that he's guilty, we're just going to continue floundering. Either I thrust items of evidence in front of him and hope for the best, or I go over it all one more time. Whichever method I choose, proof is the only way we're going anywhere here. He confessed to me over the telephone. He told me he was the one who made Chairman Winner kill Rosie Ringer. I just need to find a piece of evidence that proves that was what was said on that call.
is my crime? Well, proving that he killed the president. Probably. Oh man, I'm pretty stuck on this. This one is not easy. Yeah, I say it because, not exactly. This one's pretty difficult. Yeah, it's really hard to point any evidence to him to, Rosie, thanks for saying much. I read my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Go like getting revenge for what happened 12 years ago.
Hold it!
Let's put evidence in front of him. I do have evidence in front of him and hope for the best or go over it all one more time. Evidence that was set on the call. That he directly incited the murder. That he and proof that he incited the murder.
Objection!
Mr. Saint, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts your statement.
I'm not sure it does. Any thoughts, Cavell?
Me? Forgive me, Mr. Edgeworth, but I fail to see the connection, I'm afraid. Ah, shit. Ugh. Could I really gotten that wrong?
Yeah, not even your friends agree with you. So sad. How can you never do what you do, Mr. Genius Prosecutor? And for once, I'm glad about that. Uh-oh, Simeon's enjoying this. You can't let him get the better of you.
And I won't. I'm nowhere near done yet. The next piece of evidence I present will shut him up for once and for all. Okay, that's not it. This one is tough. Proof that he did what he did on the call. Okay, I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, no, wrong one.
Present Miss Lloyd's tape at statement 4? Okay.
Objection!
Yeah, well, I can't remember everything that's on the tape, because for some reason the game doesn't allow me to preview what the fuck was on the tape, so... Oh my god. I'm afraid you're wrong. I have proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen, because you said so yourself.
Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill little Miss Rosie Ringer.
What?
I said that? Weird. I don't remember.
I know you think you can worm your way out of everything, but this time you're wrong.
I am?
Yes, because of our conversation was being recorded by somebody intercepting the signal from the very listening device you planted.
It was?
You got your conversation with the clown here on tape? That's what you're trying to tell us?
No.
Lanza says, a scheme of schemes will swallow him in the end. Miss Lloyd, could you play us the tape, please?
You bet I can. Got it. It was this part right here. Mr. Edgeworth, that's Judge Gavel's cell phone.
Who is this? You're the one who abducted Kay.
I can't hear Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry. It was right around here.
I was surprised as...
Huh? That's weird.
There's something wrong, Miss Lloyd.
I'll say. Seems to me, maybe, I didn't catch the next part of the on tape. Ahem.
What?
Why? How could it not be on there? Oh, poor babies. You think I leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again. There's something a little special about that bug, you see. It can be turned on and off remotely. What? I never knew they make those.
Remote control bugs. Sure, they exist, but you switch it off in order to avoid being recorded.
Bingo!
Objection!
But how? You would have to know you were being recorded in the first place.
Objection!
And I did. Of course I did. It was so obvious that someone was eavesdropping, and that's because... Miss Lloyd, was it? You knew about the kid's prosecutor's kidnapping without any prompting.
No. You heard that whole conversation?
I did indeed, old pal, but I must say, I thought you would have all figured it out much sooner. Aren't you supposed to be a genius prosecutor?
Nah.
Now, where were we again? Oh yeah, at the part where you can prove the incitement, it was all game over. It was game over. Oh well.
Ah, shucks. So my tape ain't gonna be of no use to nobody after all. Come on, I must have recorded something you can use.
If only that were true.
Hey, Keymaster.
Yeah?
The old buggeroo. Was it hidden in your pin the whole time, right? The shake anything. That shake anything loose from the old brain tree.
I don't know. Give me a sec to think. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with this team before.
Objection!
So sad, relying on flawed evidence, desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please.
Haha. He's trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry.
You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before.
Okay, I had a one-to-one encounter with him only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Miss Lloyd, how long were you recording the intercepts from the bug for?
Started about, let's see now, 2 nights back.
In which case, during which time frame would be likely to find Miss Saint's voice on tape?
Two nights ago this morning. It must have been when she was kidnapped, right? Hold on. Oh, I don't have the evidence. I don't have that evidence on me. Hold on.
Mr. Saint abducted Kay and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there was a recording from around that time? Miss Lloyd, quickly, play us any tape you have from the night before the last.
Huh? Oh, sure thing. That's the sound of the balloon.
Indeed it is. At around that time, I'd imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it, which means he can't have been too far away from you or the bug. Is there anything else in the recording, I wonder?
Wait, that noise!
That was a gunshot.
Huh. You turned the bug off then, too, it seems. Unluckily for you, we were a little late in doing so. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case.
Huh? What are you talking about? Nobody ever mentioned a gun.
He's wrong. Somebody involved in this case discharged a firearm. I just need to remember who it was and present that piece of evidence that proves it. Which piece of evidence shows that the gun was used in the incident related to this case?
Take that!
Yep, because the fake president had a gun in his hand. It's written right here in the president's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand. And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? That's right, she was in the balloon being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed to be.
Yes, I was there with the president. Wait, not long after we started talking, he noticed something and told me to leave.
And if a gunshot rang out shortly after that? Don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when it sounds crystal clear in this recording. You're just going to pretend to ignore me?
What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting out your weird theories?
Not so fast!
We didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. If you listen carefully, you can hear that the bullet hit something too.
Could the president have been aiming at Mr. Saint? What would the bullet have struck? The balloon! Hold on. The balloon! I think the president was firing at the balloon. And if he was, we heard that on tape. Could have been the bullet hitting the basket.
Let's take a look at see, shall we?
It hit something metallic. There's a gas tank in here. It's fixed to the side of the basket.
Doesn't look like it's been hit by any bullets, which is lucky. That would not have ended well for anybody nearby.
Alright, let's look elsewhere, shall we? Oh yeah, that would have just made the whole thing explode. Oh, and there's the bullet. A hole!
With the bullet stuck in it.
There's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I call that pretty conclusive proof. Gah! Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound of the tape, but the accompanying bullet hole?
You see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. Doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it.
Just shut up and confess, will you?
Alright. No need to get cranky. What really happened 2 nights ago? I'll admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Cavell and the president were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the president noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away. Then he pointed out his gun at me and fired.
But why was he trying to shoot down the balloon?
Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend, the judge here.
Me?
Yeah, you! You told him about Sean! What did you think would happen? Why do you think he met with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter.
Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage. He was afraid.
Ha! Afraid? Yeah, you could say that. The man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much that he tried to get rid of me. He couldn't even shoot straight. So you see, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander.
Hold it!
So you didn't expect to find the 2 of them there?
Of course not. Why would I? But it's lucky I got there when I did. We all know what would happen if I'd been any later. He was just about to try and kill you, Cavell. You didn't really suspect a thing.
I'm afraid I did not. I had no idea.
Maybe you shouldn't have blabbed to him about the kid. Did you ever think of that?
I was merely trying to...
What kind of mother are you? You're lucky he didn't kill you and then go after the boy.
Objection!
I'm your opponent here, not Judge Cavell. Now leave her alone and tell us what we need to know. Don't worry, Your Honor. I'll take it from here.
I am in your debt, Mr. Edgeworth. As is Sean, I trust that you will look after us both. And I pray that the goddess of justice will watch over us all.
Your precious goddess didn't even warn you there was a balloon right behind you.
Hold it!
He made her leave, but why? Wasn't he planning to kill her?
Sure, but I'll bet he didn't want to do it in front of witnesses. Murderers don't tend to like that. She still didn't know he wasn't the real president, right? His secret was safe for the time being. And now that he knew about Sean, he could kill both of them whenever he wanted. You two got lucky when he died, huh? Why the frowns? I'd be smiling from ear to ear if I were you.
I don't think anyone will be smiling until this matter has been cleared up once and for all. So please continue if you would.
Your wish is my command. Where were we? Oh yeah, that coward of a fake president. I guess the wind is finally appearing in the sky must have shaken him pretty badly and he panicked.
Hold it!
You're lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket.
Yeah, I tried to get out of there the second he pulled out that gun. Couldn't have my balloon go pop. But that was a close run thing. It was a close run thing.
So you ran left. So you left right then and there.
Of course I did. He was shooting at me. Are you saying there's a problem with that?
Does that present a problem? In the end, you managed to leave Kay there up on that rooftop, which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you?
Oh yeah, guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, he escaped through a hatch to the 51st floor. Gotcha, bitch. I hung around for a little longer to make sure the coast was clear. Then I landed on the roof.
Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony?
Makes no difference to me. Gotcha, bitch.
You're lying to us again.
I am?
The president never entered the storeroom the night before the last. Miss Hart testified to that fact.
What? And you believe the word of that 2-bit hack of mine?
I beg your goddamn pardon? Say that about the chief again. I do. I'll wipe that smile off of your stupid clown face.
So we know that Hart was camped out on the 51st floor the entire evening. But if our fake president didn't escape through there, then how the heck did he get off the roof?
An excellent question, and one that I hope to provide the answer to next. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither nor the hatch are possibility. Which leaves only one possible way of escaping that rooftop. How did the president leave the rooftop if it wasn't via the elevator or the hatch?
Wait. So I'm guessing, wait, did he get crushed by the hot air balloon basket instead of the Taurosaurus head? Oh my god.
Take that!
He flew.
He flew?
Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon!
Whoa, 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 whoa! Quit fooling around, will you? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon?
Objection!
There was a security camera on the elevator, and Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way he could have left that rooftop.
Objection!
You know what the circus is all about. Making the audience think you're in danger, giving them a thrill. But it's time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am.
What do you mean?
Watch and learn. Miss Hart, can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blinking for a moment?
You bet you big toe I was. Now I done said as much in my testimony.
Objection!
Huh? So the noise, the sound of Miles' faithful assistant falling through the hatch, that didn't scare you so badly that you fainted?
So maybe I ought to mention this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out. Unconscious, you might say.
What? What happened? That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. There was a sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor.
What? Well, so what if I did? Ain't the girl in the world don't get caught a little unaware sometimes?
Sorry, Miles, but that's what you get for putting your faith in these people.
Objection!
It doesn't matter. Kay can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the roof.
Objection!
Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little counter theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me. Then he hid in the shadows until after your friend fell down the hatch.
What?
So what if he did? What would that mean?
Objection!
Come now. Surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. It's elementary.
If the president hid until after Mr. Hart fainted, he could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected.
No. Huh. And there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. No! Did he have to do that to me in my own voice?
That's right. Oh, and another thing. I might have let Sean's identity slip out to our pal, the president, while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why he went to the set to try and murder him the next day, only to wind up being killed himself. That's right. It was Sean who murdered the body double.
Objection!
What possible reason could the boy have for doing so?
Objection!
Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son.
And how did you discover that exactly?
Because I told him. In one of my trademark letters.
What?
He's lying. Oh, you bet I am. Huh? Or am I? Maybe I did tell him. And maybe I didn't. Well, Shawnee boy, which is it?
It was my fault the Taurosaurus head fell off that roof. I admitted that much already. But I didn't find out about my dad until today, I swear.
Huh? Well, well, well. I knew about the falling head thanks to the bug. But who knew it was you who made it fall? And the president died from being crushed, was it? Alright, that's confirmed at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty neatly, wouldn't you say? Although I guess you'd say something more like...
And so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can.
The murder of the so-called president. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco, with Chairman Winner. So what makes you think I'd let the fake president set foot on my balloon? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. And who set the old Torosaurus noggin falling? It all makes perfect sense. That's how an imposter would wind up dead, no doubt about it. And what was the motive behind the murder? The little truth I shared, just like I said. Get it? The truth. That thing you're so fond of. That's what caused the murder here, not me.
No, that's not possible.
Well, is there a detective in the house? Somebody arrest that boy. Can't help noticing nobody rushing to slap on the handcuffs. What's the matter?
Ugh. Curse you.
Just as I thought. Admit it, you're all the same. You, Winner, that idiot phony president. You wanted the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me into a jail cell, don't you? That's the justice you all claim to love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your own needs.
No, that's not true.
Objection.
Ha! Well, if you're not going to make the move, guess I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kid's here is a murderer, maybe they'll finally do something.
Objection.
We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint. How dare you lean on your carefully trained animals?
How did I know you'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? But you still don't have any proof, do you? Or any chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. And yet you still want to prolong the agony? Well, as long as you know what you're doing. Oh boy.
Nah, he's not holding back.
What? Did you forget that little Shawnee's life is on the line too? Hey, Mazzarino. Take a deep breath for me, would you?
Why would I do that, Fender?
Because it's times like this you need to kick back, take stock, and be grateful for what you have. The worst of times are when lawyers come to show their biggest smiles. Remember? The way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can't agree on. So how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on that balloon or not, but rather, under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with it and get on board?
When he's dead. A turnabout in thinking.
Forgive the interruption. Just my 2 cents worth. Or your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques can still prove useful in this crazy modern era.
He's right. Under what circumstances could the body double have been allowed on that balloon when he's fucking dead? So that way he wouldn't be a threat, so they could just dispose of the body somewhere else, which would be in the scene at the movie set, so then he could frame someone else. He was a physically imposing man, and what's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No, there was no traces of sedatives found during his autopsy. In which case, surely not.
Are you about ready to continue, Miles? And don't forget, this is what we're playing for.
This is going to be tricky, but I have to tear his testimony down one statement at a time. Yeah, I think he just crushed him with the basket, because it's been stated that basket weighs over 100 pounds, so...
Hold it!
But it's the only way he could have gone down for the roof of that building.
Alright, let's game this one out, shall we? Suppose I took him down to the ground, like you said. What's wrong with doing that?
Objection!
So you admitted you did take him under your balloon.
Objection!
You're really obsessing over this one little detail. This isn't like you, Miles. And how do you think it went down? He held it at gunpoint and say, "Show me the city at night." That's ridiculous, and you know it is. Or did you really fail to think this through?
Objection!
You said yourself you gave him Sean's identity. Surely that was enough to win him over.
Objection!
Win him over? The man who shot at me? No. Then you must have put him to sleep and carried him away like you did with me.
Objection!
Very well, let us suppose that to be true for a second. Did the autopsy show the presence of sedatives? Gosh, it's not good. He's just not giving us an opening.
Anyway, never mind all that. There are way more interesting things I'd rather talk about.
Hold it!
Actually, I have some doubts about that. I mean, if the president really was killed by Torosaurus's head...
Objection!
Hee. Don't tell me you're throwing away your own pet theory in the trash, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. Aren't you the one who went through all that trouble to prove that man squished by the head of hypothesis was true?
Objection!
That may have been my theory at one point, but that was when we thought the head was the only thing that could have crushed him.
Objection!
Why the past tense? That's still your theory, no? It's not like you to have anything else right now. The president's body double was crushed under the falling Torosaurus's head. Fact.
No, there must be something. Some other piece of evidence that could link this man to the president's death by crushing.
Don't you think it's time you gave up, Miles? I don't like you watching you struck like this. We all know who did it. The model head is practically screaming his name. Let me start.
Yeah, so I think I'm supposed to push in the balloon. Oops.
Hi, I was carrying this basket, right?
Yes, although you weren't asleep, I imagine you had no memory of it.
It would be nice to have at least gotten some flying fun memories out of it. Curse you, Mr. Mastermind, I'm gonna kick your butt. Just you wait and see.
But that's not the main reason you want to get your revenge, is it?
When you've finally proven who's behind all this, let's tie him up with this rope. I'll teach you ways of doing it so that even a professional skipologist couldn't get free.
I understand the sentiment, but perhaps you could apply that fervor to the pursuit of the truth instead.
Objection!
Yeah, okay, it's the right one, okay. Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster.
What? Did you really just say that? You? Oh, I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right? Did he use his special powers?
The only person immune with monsters was you.
Sorry, but you must have been mixed up with somebody else. No monster powers here, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Huh. Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. In fact, you could make this particular monster do exactly as you command. It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it.
What?
You're talking about the lion balloon.
Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air, but a monster nonetheless. Not entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself.
Sorry, you lost me. What are you trying to say exactly?
Objection!
You seem very keen to stick your story about having manipulated Sean and the president. But no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, there was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer can't make the dead do his bidding. And the president was dead long before he left that roof, having been killed by your balloon!
Oh!
I get it. That thing may look like it's lighter than air, but it weighs a few hundred pounds, right?
When the president attacked you from the roof, you had to think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose? Landing the balloon right on top of him like a fucking Goomba. You didn't need to let him ride on that balloon, and he didn't need you to coerce you into taking him. Because what you took away was his dead body.
Objection!
Wait a minute now, Miles. What if you're saying is true, the president would have been killed 2 nights ago? Which would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong.
It would?
Wow, you're really losing your touch. Look again. It's written right there. Time of death, April 5th at approximately 11 p.m. Clear as day.
Grr.
April 5th? That was yesterday. Which means...
Exactly. It means he died when Taurosaurus' head fell off that roof. Alright, Sean, it's time to be honest with you all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? He did it. Who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of father would do that?
No, that's not what happened. I already told you. I didn't know he was until today.
Oh, but you did know because I told you myself.
Can my theory really have been so wide off the mark?
I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winner and Laguard until their crimes were finally exposed, and by ruling them both, you helped me get my revenge. Kinda love those powers of deduction.
If the time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So, because they have cheated the time of death somehow.
Oh, and what was the other guy's name again? Carmelo Gusto. You even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there.
Of course, Gusto, the IS-7 incident. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Oh, he took his body to that one place that had a refrigeration unit. Okay. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during the afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect.
Bingo!
I only wish I could have been there to see his downfall too.
How can you say that? He was your father. It's so scary. Mr. Laguard just keeps asking about what happened the next that day. Where are you, Tad? When are you coming to get me? Please, I need you to come take me away. Is it because I brought my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work?
He was no father. He left me all on my own. What kind of person would do that? We may have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father, what a joke.
Objection!
You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. Hate him all you like, but you're more like your father than you know.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
Fate can be strange sometimes, but this was no coincidence. You and your father were same even in the methods you chose. You deliberately threw off the time of death just as he did.
That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor.
A refrigeration unit in a depot.
I threw off the time of death? And how did I do that exactly?
By hiding the president's body in a very specific place. You hid the body right here!
Take that!
You needed to keep the body cool somewhere, and you also needed somewhere to keep Sean. Huh, who knew that the two were connected?
You're talking about the kidnapping again. Why are we bringing that up now?
Because as much as you wish we had forgotten, we know that you kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago.
What? You're saying I'm the same as him? The same as the animal who abandoned me?
A sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless.
Objection!
Shut up! I'm nothing like him. I could never be like him. He's nothing to do with me, and we're nothing alike.
Objection!
Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's pretty clear that you and old Gusto have more than a little in common. You even told us that you didn't like sweet stuff way back when we first met, right? If that's not a product of your daddy issues, I don't know what is.
Ka! You don't understand.
You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way? And you're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't even be more similar.
Or should I say, I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit and the kidnapping. Nothing to do with me.
Objection!
Nonsense! You did it so you could blackmail Judge Gavelle. We know that fact you were involved.
Objection!
You're a real danger to be around, you know that, Miles. What aren't you going to accuse me of? But it changes nothing. You still don't have proof, any proof, of incitement, of kidnapping, of anything. Oh wait, or are you planning on maybe fabricating some? Taking a leaf out of the old winner playbook?
Never. I would never do that. I can't let myself rise to the provocation.
What was the line?
No matter what happens, we must find the truth.
Something like that? Huh. But only when the truth suits you, huh? That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? And why? I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it. I got away with it all. LeGuard, winner, and now you. None of you can touch me.
This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Is there anything we can do?
Everything points to this man being our culprit. But we need evidence, even just one piece.
Alright, it's been fun. But it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free, if you finally admit to defeat. Hee hee hee. Who was that?
It's the one and only.
Sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
Gummy, where have you been?
I've been doing my job, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me.
And Detective Gumshoe, do you have anything to report?
I had to look at a few things really quick, sir, about the refrigeration unit where the kid was kept. It was registered to the Berry Big Circus, just like you said.
Haha, and there it is, just in the nick of time.
Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint.
Heh, must be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit?
A valid question, I suppose. But we're no experts on the circus trade. Perhaps we should ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Miss Berry?
We do hire a unit to store all the food for the animals. I don't know where it is. I leave it all that to Simeon. He's so good at that kind of thing.
Ah! You fool!
Simeon, you're scaring me.
Such a shame, but rushing to find a solution after the fact also often leads to mistakes. You knew that if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you. So you panicked and moved it to the grounds of the big building instead.
Ah!
But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit you kidnapped him. If only you know you were up against a great thief and an even greater detective. Is everything alright? You're looking a little pale.
Don't think you've won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory.
I am. Perhaps you could enlighten us.
You don't have any evidence that I crushed the presidential figure with that balloon.
Or do I?
And I know you don't because there isn't any.
Well, there so happens to be a particular set of flowers he had on his person that so happened to be crushed. I'm afraid there is.
What?
And Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did. There should be traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence. Wait, do I present the balloon or do I present the flower? I think I present this. Yeah. The analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need.
The balloon again? You already have your bullet hole. What else do you expect to find?
We, expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? If there's truth to be found, then he'll find it. He's a hero of justice.
He sure is. We'll find something for sure. Mr. Edgeworth has gone out of way tighter spots than this one. What they say, we believe in you, Maserino. We believe in you, Maserino. And so does your pal. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is.
Just stay calm and see this through to the end, Miles Edgeworth. A perfect victory is only moments away.
The president's body double was killed by the balloon. Traces of a certain substance will prove that. And you, Simeon Saint, will pay for your crimes at last.
I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up the mysteries of the past and present once and for all. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man.
This last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. What should we expect to find on the balloon if it was used to crush the president?
Take that!
When Sean found the president's body, he had also found a bouquet of lion lilies.
Lion lilies, symbol of the connection between parent and child. A popular flower back in Zhongfa.
That's your proof? A bunch of flowers that will be rotting at a dump by now. A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away. So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection.
That's got nothing to do with any of this.
Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represented remains as strong as it ever was. The president held onto them until the last, an act which provided us with our final piece of evidence.
What? What are you talking about?
The flowers Sean disposed of have been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examine the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find?
No. You don't need to do that. You looked over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow.
Objection!
Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint.
Huh?
Emma,
Yeah?
I'd like to call on your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind.
Leave it to me. Alright, let's take a look at this balloon basket, shall we? Ah, I got something. Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. It's from the same flowers. It shouldn't take more than a quick look test to prove it.
What?
And there we have it. You murdered the president, then this murder you carried out yourself.
No! How could this? No!
You crushed the president with the balloon. I fumbled on that part. Then you loaded his body into the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit.
But why? Why go through the trouble of removing the body?
Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening.
Oh, Rosie Ringer's murder.
Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans.
I get it. And he couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration for too long either, right?
Indeed not. So I returned to the big building to drop off the body again the following night. He must have observed the fire Sean caused and the Torosaurus head falling as a result. That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder.
Gah! You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward.
In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the president's body from the balloon to the lot below. And while he was dangling from the rope you used, he was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape.
No! How did you see through it all? How?
You manipulated people and you manipulated this case, just as you manipulate animals on the stage. You thought you were all-powerful, but your reign is at an end.
The animals look like they're mad with you, Simeon. Even Money and Azia. They thought you were their friend, but you're not. You're sad and mad at the same time.
Stop it! Stop looking at me like that!
Perhaps they will, when you finally stop clowning around. You're not shut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper.
No! Get away from me! Get away from me! Leave me alone!
Dad, where are you? I'm so scared.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't did nothing wrong. Nothing. I'm not the bad one. They are.
Why, Bronco? Why did you stop me from going to see my dad?
If only none of them did what they did, I wouldn't have to. I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust anybody. I was alone with nobody to help me.
But that Manny, he helped me.
Canis was the only one who ever helped me. So what if I use people I had to? Is that so wrong? No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Ow, 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 that hurts. Ah, stop it. Oh no. No.
Oh my god, he's just getting fucked up by all the animals. Damn, they just all out attacked him. He got punched in the face by a gorilla. How is he still alive?
It seems the game is up at last.
The killer!
Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you. You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now I am free too.
No!
Guns are so clumsy, don't you find?
I don't have a gun. Please.
Please. Not only you are carrying one, you were just about to draw it.
He must have stolen it from the president after murdering him.
This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called president was an imposter, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There is nothing more dangerous for an assassin than to be lied about the nature of one's target. If one does not care what cards one's opponent is holding, one can be very unpleasantly surprised. But that was not your true crime. No, thinking you could have deceived me, manipulate me. That is the crime for which you are about to pay.
No! Somebody stop him! Oh shit! Assassin face-off!
You! It's been a while, the killer. Step aside, Phyllis. That man is my target. I would politely ask that you call off this particular job. He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade.
Damn, he's got his chisel at his neck at the ready. Oh man. Two assassins facing off against each other.
And if I refuse? Then let us just say I might not take the loss of one life that I ever saved too well. You save a life. Odihama Canis, the blind butcher himself. Preposterous, I know. But yes, I, who have taken so many lives once, chose to preserve one. That of an innocent young pup. And he, in his turn, saved mine. Something of a bond formed between us. Laugh all you like, I know I would. But I would respectfully request that you spare him. As one professional to another, I ask that you let this particular target live. Very well. The boy must mean a lot to you. Thank you. I am in your debt. You need not thank me. I simply see a little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day.
No! Get back here!
You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. This young pup needed to be shown the error of his ways, and you have done just that. Alright, I suppose we better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits. Doesn't it, Helmut? Yes, it does. Oh, hello.
You killed my dad, didn't you, old man?
I will not lie, I did. My victims deserve to be remembered at the very least. But I sense a great hatred for me from you, horned pup, in that case.
No. Sean, no.
You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife. Take it and cut my throat.
one sure slice is all it takes. That's right, take it. Use your hatred and fall to the dark side. Embrace your hatred and fall to the dark side of the Force. Yes, Luke, come to the dark side. Yes, let the hatred fester in you. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway.
I want revenge. I want it so badly.
Sean, don't do it!
Please, Sean, I beg of you. At least, I did until just now. I would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took.
Oh, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel so good. Trust me. All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. It drowns it all out. Numbs it.
Maybe it does. In listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted.
Sean,
But it's not just about me. Say I get my revenge, how does that help anybody else? If I become a murderer, my mom suffers 10 times more than I ever would. And so would all the people I worked with. They're all counting on me, and they worry about me.
Thoughtful words indeed, little one.
Yeah, well I get it now. I won't ever forgive you, but I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what these guys are for. My mom, the prosecutor, people like that. Sean.
Wow, you may be young, Sean, but you're wiser than I'll ever be.
you could at least consider trying to be better yourself, Kay.
Very well. Then I suppose I will be on our way. With me, young pup.
On our way? To where?
Where else? To the prison. Our home.
Home.
And with that, the case came to an end. A case that has dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do.
April 8, 2:54 p.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence Chamber. Yeah, we know. Yeah, we've been here like several times already.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth.
What's the big idea, big guy? Wanna tell us what we're doing here? Deciding on whether or not he's going to continue as a prosecutor, which, spoiler alert, I already know he continues because I played Dual Destinies.
Mr. Edgeworth, your request has been processed and approved.
Huh? You're what now?
I've asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated.
Your badge? What is the meaning of this?
I am returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer!
I still can't believe you did that for me.
A great man once said that an attorney's job is to be a friend to the friendless, and to trust his clients to show him the way to the truth. That man's image will forever be burned into my memory. My father in the courtroom, fighting for those who could not fight for themselves.
Good old Gregory.
But that was his path, your path. Mine lies elsewhere.
Mr. Edgeworth,
My path is that of the prosecutor. It always was.
Well, then I guess that's that.
I'm sorry.
No, I dig it. And besides, you can tell by that look in your eye that your mind's made up.
It is.
Alright then. Looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't come crying to old Ed if you change your mind. This club's now closed to new members.
I understand.
Hey, Master, can you tell me why at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on?
You once asked me something, Fender.
Are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer.
I've been thinking about that question ever since. About how I mean to live my life. And now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm going to help people as a prosecutor.
But can't you also do that as an attorney?
Look at it this way. Simeon Saint was also a victim of sorts. He lost his only parent all those years ago, and with him his ability to believe in a just world. That man quite literally had a Joker moment. I know how that feels. To lose somebody so important to you. To lose faith in everything. To doubt everything and be utterly alone. To fight and fight. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty, so I make that my policy. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself.
Phoenix fucking right.
Mr. Saint had nobody. He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option. But I don't even you imagine that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police.
No. I sure didn't. As long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever gonna stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. LaGuardia almost got away with it.
I want to help people like him.
And how do you plan to do that?
If he had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened. He would not have literally became the Joker. He literally had the clown makeup and everything. He quite literally had a Joker moment, Eddie. I mean, Mr. Fender.
Chairman Winner made a mockery of justice, and in doing so drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps the people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions.
You can say that again. Yup, it's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect.
But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint. But a prosecutor, a custodian of the law, I think perhaps they could have. I plan to take up my badge again and confront those contradictions at every turn.
Very Mauserino. I like it. You know, it won't be easy breezy though, right? Finding the law itself, that's lawyering on hard mode.
I understand that, but somebody has to do it.
Oh, I don't doubt that. And if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change. Adapt or perish, am I right? You're going to smash this, I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. And if there's one thing that man did not know how to do is give up. Eyes on the prize and straight on to the sunset. That was his motto.
You know what?
You know what? I saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecutoring again. You know what's really grown and changed? Hate to be a great big cheese ball, but you. I only wish your dad were here to see it. He'd be proud. He'd be proud as all get out.
Fender, thank you.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway.
Please.
By the power vested in me by the Committee for the Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gavel, do hereby, in sight of the Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law.
Yay.
Alright, you're a prosecutor again.
Best news I've heard all week, sir. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I got a scoop. Your pops is gonna want to know that his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time.
Thank you again, Fender, for everything.
Don't thank me yet. Next time you see me, could be across the courtroom. And this face is a whole lot less ruffishly charming when it's not on your side of the eye.
I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope that day comes very soon.
Alrighty, Fender out.
Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thank you, Judge Gravel. I owe you more than I can say.
You do?
You strolled right to the right of the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed.
Not at all. I was never truly alone.
That's right. You had the Goddess of Justice on your side.
Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have to thank you for teaching me that, and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law, and to overcome them.
And I thank you for your commitment to that cause, as does the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve.
I will look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon.
As will I. You did not serve the best of me when I oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality.
Judge Gravel, I don't mean to call your motivation into question.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
But, to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. And then, when all is done and done, they pass down a judgment based on that very humanity. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals, and it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Forgive me. This is my opinion, nothing more.
You're right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights. Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess.
Of course, Sean!
This clipping gave me more courage than the words can express. Simply having it near me gave me hope. No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's opponent, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going. No matter how hard the road ahead, mistakes have been made, but we must fix them, for Sean's sake more than anyone's.
Like the mistakes made in the incident in which his father died.
So you see, there is something more important even to me than the words of the goddess. Though it may anger her to hear me say such things.
So that was your secret weapon all along. The strength of your bond with your son.
Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection, but I must grow. As a servant of the law, and as a mother. As I believe above all else.
I see. It seems we both have plenty still to learn.
Indeed. We are neither of us plenty yet. Let us continue along our chosen paths, and continue to grow as we tread them, until we meet again. I will look forward to that day. May the Goddess of Justice watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey.
I lost the title of prosecutor, but now I have regained it, and in doing so I have seen the new way forward, a new path of justice. Oh my god, this is going fast. I am determined to follow the path until it leads me to the truth, no matter how hard it may be. No matter what obstacle may arise, woe be but little to anybody who stands in my way, for everyone they may be, and whatever they might say, I will lift up my voice and shout.
Objection!
Yep, I was ready. Yep, and that's what happens when you get into the credits with auto-scrolling. You have to talk really fast, because it just zips right past you.
So, Chief, what kind of scuba are we looking for to land ourselves in the next town? Did I teach you to nothing, knucklehead? We're journalists, dang it. These are our stock and trade, bread and butter. Bread and butter. Applause, thanks for narrating. No problem. More SP. You don't have to. Sorry, Chief. I guess I still got a whole bunch of to learn, huh? Oh, well, alright then. I better go try to leads my own self. That's the spirit. You go get him, champ. Oh, my. Before you mosey on down on the way, mind sharing what kind of leads their leads might be? Them leads there might be? But Chief, you... Come on now, I'm pretty much your editor, ain't I? Can't hold that on your boss. Whew, come on, Chief. That's cold.
Oh my god, if we beat the game. Oh my god. Oh, he's still bleeding out.
My arm wound has yet to fully heal even now. The bodyguard who inflicted it was a skillful practitioner indeed. I shan't be forgetting him in a hurry. But never mind that now. Time to return to the life of a simple ice cream seller. Although I have been thinking that perhaps crepes will be more my speed. But no rush. I'm sure there will be much time to ponder that matter before my next job comes in.
Thank you, Mr. Killer.
Yeah, you might knock me on my butt, wise guy, but I ain't out for the count just yet. I'll be keeping my gun just for the opening. I just can't get out of this stuff yet. Ain't that right, Teddy? The second the bell of the next round escape, the shenanigans will come out swinging. Till then, it's trading, and more trading.
Yes, here I go, proceed to speak in a multitude of different voices at a very fast-forward pace. You want to know if I'm still planning on becoming an animal stylist? Sure, I'm still starting every single day, still up to my elbows in mud. But I guess it suits me better than being a newspaper salesman. I plan to make it my new career when I finally get out of here. What's that? Is my release a few more years away? Now because I helped one little guard? Why do you think I'll be so nice to these stupid freaking animals? I don't care about their freaking license, I just want to get out of here! Why me? Well, yeah, you did help a corrupt warden, so... yeah. There's Regina.
I was so shocked when I learned what Simeon had been up to this whole time. I trusted him. I was his boss. Still, can't sit around being sad forever, I guess. The show must still go on. We can't let the magic department and the ventriloquy department get the better of us. We'll out of the stage and blow away the competition and all those awful memories with it.
Yep, a lot of people worked on this game. As per the credits. Oh, and there's Canis.
I must have gotten soft in my old age, haven't I, boy? Yes, I have. 18 years ago, I saved a life, and the troublesome child is still keeping me busy to this day. And now here we are, back in a cage. Well, we'll have company soon at least, won't we, boy? Yes, our friend the pup. Things certainly won't be dull with him around. No, they won't.
And it was definitely fun to come up with all these different voices for all these characters. And hey, Danganronpa and Bound. What dessert shall we eat? A chocolate cake, sticky and sweet.
Oh, so soft, fluffy and light. You'll be dreaming of it tonight.
I'll always be waiting for you, Judy. And I'll come visit you every day, just like you and Eddie did when I was in here.
You have so much to thank. You have so much to thank him and Mr. Edgewood for. Most of all, the fact that I get to eat your delicious desserts again, Samson.
And not just you. They gave me permission to keep providing sweet treats to everyone here. I guess spreading the gospel of candy making for all these years is finally paying off. Oh, and there's Delicious going.
Oh, hello, sweeties. Fancy seeing you here. I have a great big thank you, you know. And you a great big too, of course. After all, it's thanks to all of you that I can eat Sunny Boople's sweets again. I'm even thinking of making a lovely medicine out of them. I'm going to call it Snacker's Delight. It makes your stomach so small you can only eat snacks. So you can get skinny as a 10-pack and love every minute. I'm going to make a fortune.
Oh, and there's fucking Larry Butts.
Man, I met so many beautiful people now, and drawn so many beautiful sketches. Lulu isn't the biggest fan of my new work. Hello. She took one look at my sketchbook and hit me over the head with it. Bam! Just like that. And then she left. Yes, there's one less beautiful person in my life now. So I've got a big decision ahead of me. Do I follow my heart or follow my heart? By heart I mean a new girlfriend. You got that right.
Eddie Fender and Bad.
Badster, the bad and eater. Seriously though, thanks for the assist today, good buddy. Pa, you want me to talk about IS-7? I'll talk all day. Sounds like that Edgeworth kid is doing good work. Yeah, Mazarino chose a different path from his old man in the end. A path that means we can't work together, but that won't stop me from looking on him from now on. Huh, you've come pretty far yourself. Holy macaroni, a compliment from Big Bad Detective Bad? Am I dreaming? Well, Federer will get you everywhere, old pal. You'll ever need a little Fender magic? Just say the word.
Oh, and there's the...
Looks like they'll be letting me off a little easier than I thought I would for what I did. I guess because I told them I was kind of forced to do it. Ouch! Ain't no such thing as easy when it comes to crime, dang fool child. Sorry, Grandma. I still feel awful about it, of course. But I'm just so glad I get to stay out here with you. What's that? You think we should be getting back to work? I guess you're right. Can't keep the dead waiting.
There's Emma.
Science saves the day again, huh? Good thing I happen to be around, right? Even if I do have to jump right back on a plane again and go back to Europe. All this flying around is gonna get tiring. Still, it's all part of becoming a first-class forensic investigator. Guess I better get going. Oh, but if you ever need me, just say the word, okay? I'll come running. You know I will.
Who's gonna tell her that she doesn't become one? Yes, I played Spirit of Justice. That's not what she becomes.
Secretor one's father, Secretor the pressure to be great. But Eustace Winner, was it? He has chosen his own path now, and he will be tested. Just as I was, Miles Edgeworth chose to live as a prosecutor over how his own father lived.
Oh yeah, Apollo Justice.
That too is a valid answer to the question we've all had to wrestle with.
Oh yeah, that's when she first debuted as a detective, yeah, that's true. Yep, there's Agent 9. My father had a secret, or a burden, I could only have imagined. I thought only my family name. He thought of so much more. He thought of our entire nation. I need to carry on that legacy, to fulfill his last great wish. Even if our president was an imposter, even if the real president is long dead. Even if it takes all my effort and all my men's effort, Zheng Fa will rise again. I can't wait for you to see it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Emma also showed up in Spirit of Justice in one of the later chases.
I gave up the whole the winner thing. Told everybody to stop calling me that. Because I didn't win. My dad did it all for me. I'm going to start again from scratch. I won't let what he did ruin everything. And pretty soon I'll be better than him, and better than Edgeworth, so watch out. Now, first order of business, get a new nickname.
Well, it was eventful to say the least, but we got it done, and the movie's going down great.
I think the murder stories in the gossip magazines might have helped. Big Bad Man emerges from Big Bad Bull, revealed to be the true face of monster behind Jungfall's presidential murder. Huh? Wait, is this a picture of you, Mr. Wait, this is a picture of you, Mr. Bowser.
What? But why?
Hey, it's not so bad. After all, it'll make people come and see the movie, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh man, is he about to get framed for murder again?
I very much enjoyed the movie, Sean.
It's nothing.
It wasn't even a big part.
The boy who befriended both Torosaurus and Gordy, they don't come any bigger than that. And it was a role you were born to play.
You think?
Well, it'd be cool to be in a sequel, I guess. And I kinda like acting. Hey, can we pick up something up before we head back? I want to get some line lilies for my dad. Of course, and I will buy some too, for Amelie.
I thought it was Will Powell's acting as imposter Dijon Wong. Was it? Oh, I must have misread it because the credits were scrolling by really fast.
April 8, 4:17 p.m. Prosecutor's Building. High Prosecutor's Office.
Phew, it's been a busy few days, huh, sir?
Unbelievably so. How did so many important cases all come along at once? I decided to look at the big fella because he's big too. Oh, okay.
There's never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm just lucky that way.
Wait, so all that stuff happened because of you?
No, Gummy! How could you say that?
And yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong. Okay, what now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice? All at once and also linked? Okay. Yeah, good.
Yeah, good question.
What? You're not sure?
How can I put this? I feel like I've been trying to follow my father's footsteps the whole time, you know?
All the cases at once. Oh, okay. All the cases all laid down, yeah.
Trying to become a great thief just like he was.
The Yatagarasu. Or a Yatagarasu at least.
But watching as how all this planned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, it got me thinking that maybe I need to get out from under this shadow and live my own life too. Just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fate.
She's right. After all, nothing flies in the shade.
I'm gonna be my own hero.
That sounds like an admirable plan indeed.
I won't be giving up the name though. Can't not be the Yatagarasu, right?
Whatever name you pick, you'll always be the K to us, K. And you'll always be a hero.
Aw, thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy too.
You bet I will. And I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always. So I'll be counting on you, sir.
Yes, and I'll be counting on you too, detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days. You've helped us out too many times to mention. I think your next salary review may come out as a pleasant surprise.
Oh shit! Gumshoe's finally getting a raise! After all the pay cuts he suffered! All the deductions! Finally, he's gotten a raise! The ultimate character development, the most important one of all. They saved it for the after credits.
Huh?
Huh?
Wait, you mean...
What's the matter? I'm saying I'll see to it that you get paid a little more, detective.
You will? This is unbelievable, sir.
Let's go, he's finally getting a raise.
No way, go Gummy.
It's like a dream come true. I can finally leave this instant noodle life behind.
But don't think I'll be letting you rest on your laurels. Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you understand that.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I'll give you everything I got. Just wait and see.
He's finally getting a raise. Let's go. The most important part of the series. After three games involving Gumshoe, he finally gets a raise.
Fender and Judge Gavel set me on a new path in life. A path on which I will face down every contradiction that law has to present. A path at whose ends lies the ultimate truth. But can I really do this? I'll need to give it some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy. Nonetheless...
Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess.
Of course, Sean!
This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near me gave me hope. When we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going no matter what. No matter how hard the road ahead.
Huh, so that was your secret weapon all along. The strength of your bond with your son. The strength of my bonds.
Oh, I almost forgot.
What? What is it?
I was trying to find other members from my Yada Jurassic team, right?
I do vaguely remember something about that.
I never even found a single one. We were going to be the unstoppable... we're going to be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream.
You're kidding, right? You already have a team. A team that can solve any case in the world, any case the world cares to throw at it.
Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth, put it in handcuffs, and steal it once and for all.
I can't help feeling a little sorry for the truth in that case.
As long as the three of us stick together, we got nothing to fear. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed. Nothing at all. My father followed his own path, right to the end. And now I follow a path of my own making too. But not alone. I have some colorful companions to help me. As long as they're beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path, a new me. And I'll be walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney. My father's path and mine are different. But they're not as separate as they may seem. Though the routes differ, the destination is the same. Because, of course, both end at the truth. Hell yeah. The end. And that's the final case of the game. Let's go, we beat the game. And that, oh my god, it's been a bit over 5 hours, but we finally beat the last case of the game. So that's the whole collection done. Woo! Oh my god. We did it. That means, yeah, I can move on to the next investigation game. Well, not an Ace Attorney game. It's a different investigation game. It's what's it called? Where is it? Where the fuck is it? I could have sworn I have it in my library. Where is the name? Ah, there it is. Murders on Yangtze River. Murders on the Yangtze River. Yes, that will be the next investigation genre game I'll be playing. And perhaps I'll be playing the Great Ace Attorney later on after that, because I actually never played that game before. So, yeah. So I still have quite the list on my streaming lineup. So anyway, farewell for now.